the Holy Spirit, seeking guidance, wisdom, and blessings for this Platinum Jubilee celebration. Let us all arise.
Welcome, Holy Spirit. Be here with your presence. Fill me with your power. Live inside of me. Welcome, Holy Spirit. Be here with your presence. Fill me with your power. Live inside of me.
Now I request the respected dignitaries to come on to the dais, please. Firstly, Very Reverend Father Emmanuel, the Provincial Rector of Our Lady of Good Health Province, on the dais. I request for the Vice Provincial to honor Father Provincial with the shawl. Let us clap and honor. Please. Secondly, I invite Reverend Father Abraham Thailabanal, a resource person from the Prabhu Prakash province. I request for the provincial to honor Father Abraham, Father Abu, with a shawl. Next, I invite Reverend Father Christadas Jnana Prakasam on the dais, please. I request Father Siluvai to honor Father with a shawl. Next, I request for the Vice Provincial, Father Francis Sahayarajan on the dais, please. I request Father Selva to honor Father with a shawl. Lighting of the Indian lamp to symbolize knowledge, enlightenment, and divine presence. We now proceed with the lighting of the Indian lamp, marking the official commencement of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. I invite all the dignitaries to light the lamp and the youngest member present here. Ludusami, please. Thank you, Fathers. Inaugural address by Reverend Father Provincial. We are honored to invite Reverend Father Provincial Emmanuel Saveria Adimai to deliver the inaugural address, sharing his vision, reflections, and blessings on this historic occasion.
Dear conference, with deep sense of gratitude to the pioneering Pallottine missionaries from Germany who arrived Indian land 75 years ago, and so many followed the first two, and they left a legacy, and we are the fruit of their hard work, their support. It was not only these missionaries, numerous people, lay people, simple people, elderly people, even children supporting our Indian mission in Germany. I am overwhelmed with sense of gratitude for these people. At least I have seen some of them. So I know what it means. And many things we have taken for granted in India. But we cannot forget the unknown faces who were behind our missionary enterprises. During this inaugural address, I would summarize the first steps that went ahead until our conference arrived here and erected a delegature, so that we are aware what went earlier before us. And many do not know, so I thought it is worth mentioning. We are grateful that two of our pioneering German fathers are still alive, Father Anthony Kolb and Father Robert Abele. Many of us know that Germany had two Pallottine provinces, one in the south, Friedberg, with its headquarters there, and Limburg, so-called North German province. The North German province had its mission in South Africa. So there the Pallottines had one or the other bishops. The Pallottines tried their best to do evangelization work there, but it was not very easy. So there was a request to the Pallottine province in Friedberg to send their missionaries. So in the year 1935, 5 conferences from South Germany left for South Africa. And there they worked, and they felt that the mission has no hope. So the South German province officially decided to close the mission, and they asked the 5 conferences to return. 2 returned to Germany. Those 2 are the ones who came to India, Father Dr. Lawrence Schoy and Father Monsignor Hunold. The other 3 decided to stay back and continue the work there. So Father Schoy spent, very intelligent man who had a doctorate, and he spent 14 years in South Africa. Monsignor Hunold, 10 years. So then came the question, now what to do? The South German province was determined to start a mission ad gentes. So there was some discussion. They said, okay, maybe we should go either choose between Portuguese Mozambique in Africa or Portuguese Goa. That was in their mind. Then lot of discussions went with Rome, with the propaganda fide, and they insisted you will have to accept a territory, definite marked territory as your mission area. Father Ansgar Faller, I don't know, at least one or the other, those who had been in Rome must have heard of his name. He was the founder of the Pallottine Institute in Rome. And he was a Pallottine scholar. He said that would be going against the idea of Pallottine. Pallottine didn't want that we should be stuck in particular territory. In his view, he said Pallottine wanted make our priests mission spirited. That means interested in the missions and also support the missions in all the possible ways, but not centering in one place. And Pallottine also wanted that lay people should be formed as apostles. So what is required is, that means a sort of a stable, traditional Christian community. That's needed in order to give these ideals to the faithful. So there was different views, but then Rome insisted, no, you will get a territory. If that's the case, you accept it. So then our Pallottine fathers in Friedberg, they have no other go, they accepted. So now the territory was actually, they suggested was the Nagpur. Nagpur was a big province entrusted to the MSFS fathers from France. So the question is where? To west, bifurcation is from the Bombay side, that means Aurangabad, that's on the western side, or on the eastern side, Raipur. Here is Marathi, Aurangabad side, here it should be Hindi. The clergy in Nagpur were opposing that Aurangabad should be given to Pallottines. So because of their opposition, then it was, the Raipur was given to us. But until this, then we were not very sure about whether Rome would give or not. But finally, propaganda, our rector, this is all the preliminary discussions and informal exchanges. Now our rector general, Father Turowski, formally on behalf of the South German province, sent an application saying that we are interested in taking up this mission. So that happened on the 4th of April 1950. So then the propaganda fide gave the permission to start Raipur mission on 27 June 1950. Then comes a problem. Okay, you got permission. Now, is it easy to come to India? Already after the independence, there was a lot of resistance to missionary movements and missionaries. So getting a visa was very difficult. So they have been really waiting, getting impatient. So at the end, we wouldn't believe, they started a novena to Pallottine that they may get the visa. Within the first novena, before the end of the first novena, in Rome came the Bishop of Mangalore. He made a courtesy visit. That time, our Rector General brought to his notice the problem we face. That man seemed to have had some influence in Delhi. So he said he will help. And in fact, he did help. As a result, Father Shoy got the visa. Now one more is remaining, Father Werner. So they started one more novena. And before the end of that novena, he also got it. So you see how God intervenes and how our founders' hand is in our lives. So since they got it, it was a great relief. Then in Germany, in the mission country, in Europe, there was always a tradition. Before sending out a missionary, they hand over a mission cross. The provincial hand over the mission cross. So this ceremony took place in the pilgrim church, Herrgårdsru. Those who had been to Friedberg know Herrgårdsru, I'm sure he knows. In that church, in the midst of lay faithful, our friends, benefactors, the Father, what is his name? Father Nagle, the then provincial, handed over the mission cross. So the following day, actually on the 13th April, in 12th he handed over the mission cross, and they were formally sent as missionaries. The next day they left for Rome because they wanted by all means the blessing. They wanted to pray at the tomb of our founder, get his blessing, and also blessing from the Rector General. So then formally they started their journey to India. They left Rome on the 27th of April 1951. From Trieste, they took a steamer called Spuma. So the journey took 30 days for them to reach Bombay. So on the way, there were in between stops. They stopped in Venice, Bari, Alexandria, Port Said, Suez, Port Sudan, Kibbutz, Karachi, and finally they reached Bombay. It's not like today, we take a flight and reach in 6 hours or 8 hours. So they arrived in Bombay on 30th May 1951. Now, who receives them? I am still wondering how they communicated. They were received, these two fathers were received by the personal secretary of Cardinal Valerian Gracious, and the secretary was a German, Franz Hohen, SVD, a German SVD father. And he received them, and Archbishop afterwards received them, and they were put up in a Jesuit school, St. Francis Higher Secondary School or high school, I think. So then from there, on the 5th June 1951, they traveled by train to Nagpur. So, and they were received at the Archbishop's house. The Archbishop was actually very sick. He was in France and he died there. So the Vicar General received them very well. Then on the next day itself, they took their train to Raipur. Now, when they were told everything would be arranged in Raipur for their stay, the presbytery where they were supposed to stay was already occupied by two families. What happened was those days, see, the houses were, since it was lying empty, they gave them for rent. And these people were told to vacate, but they were not able to vacate because they did not find alternative arrangements for them. Because that was a time, soon after partition of India, so a lot of refugees had come from today's Bangladesh as well as from Pakistan. So there was a big need for housing. These people were not able to leave the house. So there were attempts made to accommodate fathers here and there. Nowhere they could fit well, and it was not comfortable. So at the end, you would be surprised, it was a young layman. He was known as Franz Xavier Paul, I think. Yeah, he received them. He was working for the Indian Railways. He received them and accommodated them in his house. Now, I was thinking always this man must have, and later, interestingly, joined the Pallottines. He became a Pallottine priest. He was the first Pallottine priest. Many think it was Father Mattappallil who was a first Pallottine. No, he was the first Pallottine. Incidentally, I came to know from Father Abu that he was of Tamil origin, which I also did. I thought he must have been Anglo-Indian, but he said he was a Tamil. So, then after that, on the 16th of July, on the 28th of July in 1951, our two fathers could officially enter the St. Joseph's Parish Church. I think today is the cathedral, I guess. So there they could officially, the people, the parishioners all received them, and they could take residence there in the presbytery. So that was our headquarters, the beginning. So Father Lawrence Shoy was named provincial delegate. Thus the Indian foundation of the Pallottines began in India. So that was the humble beginning. I just want to recollect these events, that we can see how God has played a role in our pioneers' life. There were so many people. See, lay people were involved, other religious congregation people were involved, and so many people have helped our pioneer fathers in order to have a foundation in a humble way to begin in India. So today, let us be thankful to the Lord that we have reached this stage, and it would be a great thing if we could renew our missionary spirit. Thank you very much. God bless.
Reverend Father Susan has arrived, and on this occasion I request Father Provincial to honor Father Susan's ordination with a shawl. Let us clap and honor him. Now we have the video presentation of the first decade of Pallottines in India.
Like the mustard seed, so small at the start, planted with hope in the depths of the heart. Through struggle and fire, through prayer and through pain, grew the great tree and the mission began.
A humble beginning, a seed sown in the heart of India. This is the story of the first 10 years of the Pallottine mission, a journey of faith, sacrifice and vision. In 1950, the foundation of the mission was finally taking shape. Bishop Gait of Nagpur formally welcomed the Pallottine Fathers. The Vatican granted its official approval, marking the beginning of a new missionary chapter. On October 7, 1951, Fathers Lorenz Shaw and Werner Hunold landed in India. That marked the official beginning of the Pallottine mission in India.
They walked dusty roads with a vision so clear. Their voices brought comfort, their presence brought cheer. 10 years of labor, of sweat and of grace, God's love written bold.
They established their base in Raipur, Kumkuri and Bilaspur, regions that had remained untouched by active missionary presence for decades. Their mission began from the ground up, with every step marking a new beginning. The missionaries immersed themselves in learning Hindi and the local dialects so they could connect better with the people. Their efforts to understand the culture helped them to build strong relationships, and that became one of their greatest strengths. Catechists and local collaborators became strong pillars of support for the missionaries. With their help, the mission slowly began to take root and grow in the communities. As more missionaries arrived, the mission began to grow and reach distant villages like Goling and Bhawarpur, bringing hope and faith to even the most remote communities. schools and small dispensaries were opened in the villages. Education and healthcare became powerful tools that helped the missionaries to bring positive change to the communities. There were many struggles, social barriers that isolated, and spiritual doubts that tested each step. Yet, in the midst of hardships, the mission grew, not through comfort, but through a deep, unshakable faith. Seeds of vocation were sown, and for the first time, Indian aspirants began to step forward, drawn by a quiet calling, eager to dedicate their lives to the mission. By 1960, the Pallottine presence had taken root in Chhattisgarh. What began as a mustard seed had grown into a visible mission, and it was only the beginning. 10 years of vision, sweat and grace, the Pallottine story in India had only just begun. Like a mustard seed, small yet full of promise, it was destined to grow into a great tree, offering shade, shelter and hope to generations to come.
Pallottines in India, with joy we sing, serving the needy through mercy and
Now we invite Reverend Father Abraham, Father Abu on the dais, please. We are privileged to have Reverend Father Abraham, a pioneer of the Pallottine mission in India, who will share his experiences, insights and memories connecting us with the rich legacy of this mission. I also invite Reverend Father Provincial to introduce Father Abraham.
Dear confreres, Father Abraham today looks elder, wiser, and little bit also looking fragile in health. But he worked very, very hard as a missionary. The beginning, he was not a priest, a brother. He was ordained only in 1994 as a priest. He was the batchmate of Father Christos and Father Suzanne, or at least they were together, I know. And those days, those of us who studied in Nagpur, that was a center where the missionaries used to pass through. Not only Pallottines, even the other religious sisters and priests, because they all have to change train there, those who are coming to south. So there was one or two brothers appointed only to book tickets for them. Pallottines were so hospitable, they will sometimes go and pick them up and give them the ticket. Then also when they reach them to the station, and then provide also food packets. Such a wonderful hospitality the Pallottines those days showed to missionaries, whether they are of Pallottine or other origin. Now, Father Abu, also one of them, naturally, he also used to pass through, if he wanted to home, through Nagpur. So whenever missionaries pass through Nagpur, our Pallotti Bhavan, if it was possible, we always had a meeting with them. They used to share their experiences, struggles, success, very, very interesting. Vibrantly they narrate to us. So there was lot of missionary zeal put in us. It simply came and burned in us. So I still remember the sharing of Father Abu. You can imagine how many years it must have been. So deeply touching for me, especially what he shared about Kutruva or Morga and all that. So I'm so happy. That's why I personally was very much interested that Father Abu comes and shares simply his experience with us, that we also get a revival of missionary spirit in us. Father Abu, we look forward to hearing from you. Hearty welcome. Thank you that you accepted our invitation. Now you have the word.
dear Father Provincial and my dear conference. For me itself, I myself is a surprise now, because I never expected to come this way. But I am very happy to be here with you to narrate the story of my life. I joined the Pallottines to become a Pallottine priest. But that time, Latin was so compulsory. Without studying Latin, you cannot be promoted. So by December, the exam, I did not do so well. So I was told, you can pack and go home, you have no vacation. Father Manfred was our rector over there. Then it was a shock for me, because my wish was to become a priest. And that was from my younger age on. I was also part of the Mission League, secretary of Mission League in the parish, and a lot of good work. And there was one Father Abraham Kunel, who was my parish priest, who put this vocation into my life. He was always narrating stories, and I was an altar boy, started with him like this. And then I landed up in Pallottine. One day I was cutting jackfruit with my mother at home. And then my father came with Father Tony Kolb. And then my mother is asking, who is this Aipuk? Coming in cassock. So, and my father told, this father is here to take you to Trivandrum. Parish priest telling you should join this father to become a Pallottine father. First time I heard in my life about Pallottines, and the parish priest also was interested, so I joined the Pallottines. And by December, my hope was gone to zero. I was told to pack and go away. But then I decided to remain back. Because I prayed, this is not simply saying, exaggerating. First I cried, then I prayed, and my decision was join for brotherhood. So morning after breakfast, I went and Father Manfred, I shall join for brotherhood, Father. Because we had Brother Yeshudas, his brother is Joseph is here. So he had decided to join for brotherhood, so I also decided to join. And he called to go to Nagpur for studies. I was remaining there only in Pallottine. And I joined the novitiate as a brother candidate, and after 2 years of novitiate, I made my profession. I was appointed as prefect of the Pallottine Seminary in Trivandrum. Life was not very easy over there, because I was young, I was unaware of many things. Still, by December I managed to live there, and by December I was transferred to Dongargad. Dongargad, we had 100 acres of land. The land was given to us by two Anglo-Indian ladies. They were, in that area, they were the Panchayat, or they were Jamindars, they were actually. And they were unmarried, they were spinsters, and they gave these 100 acres of land to us, assembly a donation. Perhaps they expected us to look after them in their old. They were old people, like elderly already. And I was appointed there with Brother Martin. I went to their house. They started to say that we got 100 acres of land from them, but then our fathers, our brothers, they did not bother about them. I was a visitor to those two old elderly ladies there. One day, one of them was very sick. She had cancer or something, and a growth in the uterus, and she was bleeding. I want to take her to the hospital. Nobody was there. Anyway, that night that lady died. She was buried there. That was a very sad story for me. Anyway, whatever. Then I got jaundice. I was sick. And then Father Tony Kolb became superior at that time. And he did not know that I have joined the novitiate in Raipur, and then he became a brother, and I was working there, and I was so sick. He came and then he knocked at the door at 2 o'clock. I got out and I saw him. And it was a shock for me. I was because we had a very poor life. Pocket only was 3 rupees that time. With 3 rupees it was difficult to live. So I have no blades. I did not shave by a long beard and looking very shabby. When I saw Father Tony call, I broke down. I ran into my room and closed the door. And he was wondering why is that. Even I knocked at the door. Father State Master was there. He asked, who is that they are living in? State Master told him, that way is a fool. And Father Tony got angry with me. He said, I didn't ask for the fool or not. Who is he? Then he said, Abraham. And then Father Tony called, Abraham means what? He said, he's one of our brother. So he knocked at the door. I said, Father, I will come. I took bath and came back. Then I told him, I am so and so. And he said, why are you here? He did not know that I have joined for brother, don't become brother, and I was here. And I told him my story is like this. He said, no, I did not expect you to be here like this. And I was sick. So he took me to Raipur. And there the story of my missionary work starts. I came to Raipur, I was treated there for 5 months because my liver was congested. I had problems. But then Father Lanchi was there. I don't know if few of you know Father Lanchi perhaps. He was not a younger Pallottine of that time. I was treated there. Then later after 6 months, Father Tony Cole came there. I asked him, I want to go and work in the mission, not in the paddy fields. So he told me, Monsignor Whitener is asking us to work in the tribal area of Chhattisgarh. So I said, I will go there. And Father Charles Tirki was there, and he was appointed to look after the Adivasi area, that is Uprora region, that is called the Mindari area. So Charlie agreed, and hold on, Father Ottawa, Father Cole told me, can you go with him? If you want to work in the mission, you go. So I agreed to go there, and I went to Korba. Korba is around 180-90 kilometers far from Raipur. It's a coal mine area, then industrial area there. I went there. We had one father from Nagpur diocese, Father Robert. Father, I forgot his name now. He was a parish priest there in Korba. He was from Nagpur diocesan priest. We stayed over there. Next day we traveled to Kuturua. Kuturua is around 9 hours walk from Korba there. And Father Charlie had arranged 5-6 catechists from Jaspur side, from Tapkara parish. They also came there. So we traveled to Kuturua, and then I got a house thatched with the grass there. And some of those photos are over here. So I was staying there and then going around with these catechists, catechizing people there. After 6 months, we could baptize around 960 people. Those catechists, they were experts. They were from Tapkara parish, faithful Catholics, working hard with these people. But then we baptized so many of the 962 of them. I remember that way. In different villages, 27 villages were there, and most of them were all Uraus. And we baptized. So that was the joy of my life to start as a missionary. Very young. I was 23 years old. And then the stay over there was not very supreme, because those people were very poor people. We had to eat rice and chili and live over there, nothing else more. You wouldn't get anything. Or some leaves and bhaji and all what they collect from the forest. Anyway, whatever it is, it was my interest to live with those people. And the joy of my life was when we baptized this many people there. And we decided to start mission over there. So under one banyan tree, we lived 36 days I slept under that tree there, because we had no house there. And of course, we are not allowed to cut trees and all from the forest. The forest people were not very friendly with us. We had problems. But then we made a mud house. And first we made a roof with that one, stealing wood from the forest. And then, of course, fighting with the forest department, there were a lot of problems. But then we managed to make a roof, and then we could move to the house which has a roof there. With the mud, we built the wall. And I was staying over there in that house. Because we had difficulties, and the people were exploited by these forest people. They had a lot of problem. They were even taking their girls away like that. So the most important work was to liberate these people from this kind of exploitation. So Father Charles Sirki joined when we made a complaint about these forest fellows. So one of the forest officer, deputy ranger, was suspended for 6 months. And that was the beginning of a victory over this troubled area of those people. And then we started some social work. Then, of course, we helped the people to get patta for their land. And the joy of them, when they got patta, the land was this, their exploitation was somehow getting in slow down. And that is the work of the parish work in Kuturuma. And we built another house, so two mud houses were there. And then Brother Eka and Charles Tirk, Father Haha also joined us. That is in Kadgora. There was some problem, some two sisters left the convent and went away. One day, fine morning, sisters were not there. I had to come down from walking from Kuturuma to Korba. And in the morning, these sisters were not there for a mass. So Father Carvalho, Alfred Carvalho was the parish priest. He asked me, where are these fools gone? I said, I do not know where the fools are. Then suddenly we got this big cry in the convent there. And I said, what happened? Then the kitchen girl was coming with a letter. The letter, it was written, those sisters, we are leaving and going away, don't search for us. And then there was problem there. Robert Avila, Father Alfred was angry. He said, why they went away, where they went. And I said, Father, how do I know about all this? So, thank you. Interesting story it is. Anyway, after this Monsignor Widener came to Korba with Father Tony Call to solve the problems, and we decided then we move away from Korba to Kadgora. So that was in 1973, December 1st. So I took first I didn't have a license to drive, but I learned drive motorcycle. Father Charlie was sitting behind. We went to Kadgora and we looked for a house. There was a Catholic Tahsilar there, one Mr. Lakda. We went to his house and he was very happy. He welcomed us and we got a house rented there for 120 rupees. One house rented there and we started staying in Kadgora. That was the beginning of Kadgora mission. And we decided to make it as a center. Then to purchase land. The Tahsildar made a mistake saying that the Zamindar of that area, the rich man, he was a BJP fellow. That is, there was Janasanghi, not BJP. He told me we want some land to build something here for a mission. He said, no land will be given to the missionaries. I was sitting in the Tahsildar's house there. I said, if I have money, I can buy. How can you say that you will not get land? And I told him, by 25th of December, we surely will buy some land in Kadgora. Searching, and then he found one man. He wanted to sell his land because he had no money to get his daughter married. So we paid 9,600 rupees. 96 decimal of land he purchased on 24th of December. And then that is the starting of Kadgora mission there. And then Father Haha and Brother Ika joined us in Kadgora. So our number became number 4 numbers of missionaries there. Then I was told by Father Tony Cole, go for a catechetical training in Danora, in the diocese of I forgot names, my memory is very poor. Jabalpur diocese, yes. So there was a center where catechists were trained. I was to go there. I went there. When I went there, I knew they were only teaching to make sign of the cross. That I knew already. I said, I need not know. So I joined that father and I started teach the catechist there. So and I was there around 3.5 months. Then we went around, of course. That was another experience of working with the great missionaries of Jabalpur diocese. Then after 3.5 months, by month of May, I returned back again. Then I found Khadgora, whose only father Haha was there. Charles Sirki and Brother Eka, they had moved to Kutruma. So I also joined them. Then the house was built, of course. Then we lived over there for some time. And then Father came and told him, Abu, you have to be in Khadgora, not with here. Go to Haha. So I went to Khadgora. And then, interesting story is I made my final profession in Kutrua as a Pallottine brother. Father Charles Sirki was counselor. He told Father Kolb, I will have his final profession celebrated in Kutrua. He came back and told, Tony said, okay, but he had not given in writing. That's why he will come later on. So what happened was we had to walk all this distance to, that is for so many hours walk. So walking upon even by salt, we had to go to Korba from Kutruma. Life was not very easy there, but the joy of it was, our success was, people have wanted us. They were always with us and they were very happy. So my profession was arranged in Arsena village. And Father Charlie got given a lot of, we had some stock of wheat over there, was given by Monsignor Widener. So he gave them one sack of wheat to make rice beer, wheat beer, of course. And the people were very, very happy. They made such a lot of Hadia, it is called, local drink. And then we had some celebration of my final profession in Arsena village. All the newly converted people were invited. Pashis goats were killed and there was big Badakhana. People, they did not know what it was exactly. Because then one of the, another tribe fellow, he came there asking catechist, Aapka kaun sa ladki ko shaadi kar raha hai? Which order of yours will he marry your daughters? And the catechist, no, he is not get married. He is going to marry God. There is no marriage for. So that man was surprised. He went home. He brought 2 boras of 2 sack of paddy to give to me. He came and told, you are a great man. You are going to live like with God. So this is the donation for you. No. So that was and people celebrated it. Then I went to, of course, to Jashpur side to see how the mission are functioning over there. After that, I went home for holidays. When I returned back to Nagpur, Monsignor do not call him. I have something secret to tell you. I said, what is that, Father? You come with me, took me to his room and told, your profession is not valid, you have to renew it again. I said, but it is valid for me. I only promised to God. No, that is according to the law. The superior has to give in writing to the person who took a profession. I said, this is what fun. And then Father James Lakaparambil and Bernard D'Souza. Both are no more. They left society and went away and got married, of course. They told, no, simply you make, what is the problem for you? I said, simply making profession is not my, I will not do that. I said, I was very unhappy with it. But then, no, you have to do this for the record. So, in the top chapel of Pallottine, you all know, where top chapel is there. Behind the closed door, I made my profession again. Father James Lakaparambil and Bernard, they were witness for it. They both are no more with us. They hadn't gone, of course, but they left the priesthood also. Anyway, there's all interesting story which is part of my life. I experienced it. But then after the final provision, of course, there was one gentleman come from Morga. His name was Raphael Ika. He came and told Father, we have a lot of house are living. Some Catholics are also there in Morga. Why don't you come there? So that was in my mind, and when I was living in without no work in Kadgora, there are not so many Catholics there. So I decided to visit this man. So I took a cycle and went. After going around 52 kilometers cycling, I reached that place called where this catechist was not catechist. This gentleman was living there. I went there. I asked people where this man is living there. They said, there is no man like this here. Then I said, no, he's here somewhere only. Then they told, oh, there is, names I cannot remember, I forget names. My memory is very poor in that way. Okay. Anyway, whatever it is, somehow I found his house. His name is Raphael Eka. So they said, there is one man called Rifle Lekha hai. Uska kar dikhayenge. So I went to Rifle Lekha as Raphael Eka, of course. He was called Rifle Lekha. And it was already 10 o'clock in the night. I had not eaten anything. Holding my cycle was punctured. And I knocked at the door. This man came with a fire, a stick, because they are electricity and all. And he saw me, he said, Jayeshu brother. And I said, I am very hungry, I want to eat something. Have we got something? He said, nothing, kuch nahi hai, ghar kali. Then he went to the village somewhere. There is a shop there with that fellow, without paying money, because upon sunset, they don't take any money. So he gave rice for him, he brought and cooked at 2 o'clock in the night. I ate with him, his wife and 2 children. They had a handful of maize, they boiled, I ate and slept. And we, of course, we shared together the meal there. And I slept there under the tree in outside because made a big fire over this, very cold, the winter. And the next day morning, we went with the cycle. One of the teacher was there, a Catholic fellow. He repaired my cycle punctured. And I traveled around that area. And I found out that could be another flourishing mission. That was in 1974. So I agreed with one man, 5 acres of land, about 1,000 rupees. And then I went to Father Charles Sirki. He agreed, of course, to buy land and all. So I took this man behind my cycle, went to Kadgora and got that land registered. That was the starting of Morga mission. That is the third mission which we started. And in between, we took over the Madanpur parish. Madanpur was a place where there were some Catholic families were there. They had migrated from Ambikapur, Raigad diocese there. So there we bought some 27 acres of land for 6,000 rupees in Madanpur. And then Monsignor Widener told, Madanpur you give to me, I will put another priest there. I have an Adivasi priest there. So one Father Charles Lakada was there, not Turkey. So that mission was given to him. He built a mud house and started to work in Madanpur mission. The land was given that way. That was, actually they did not do anything, and the land is still lying like that only there. Then Morga, I want to build a house in Morga. I went to Father, called Nagpur. He told, no, we have enough missions, now we have no money to build again. I was disappointed. I came back with an empty hand. Then I told Charlie, and Charlie was a counselor. Next time when they had a council meeting, he told, you come with me, I will see that you get some money. So I went to Raipur again, and at that meeting they decided they gave me 10,000 rupees. With 10,000 rupees, I came to Bilaspur, bought some spade and baskets and some vessels, put on the Narem. Bus was running, it was a Kacha road, and summertime bus was going from Raipur, Bilaspur to Ambikapur. So I landed in Morga in the evening with these 2 spades and all those things. There was one UP fellow from UPH, Chai Dukan, tea shop there. So I talked with him. He said, "You stay tonight here." I slept in the veranda of the shop there. He cooked and gave me some rice. I said, "I'll pay you whatever you give me." And next morning I went to our own house there. I told them, "I'll come here. We bought land already there." So I stayed in the cow shed there. They removed the bullocks and tied it outside. And I was staying there, and we started the work of Morga house there. Morga has become a flourishing mission because the people were also interested. When we started to build the house, there was the same fellow from Kadgora had influenced and told, "Don't allow the missionaries to build anything there." So they were having a panchayat meeting there, and then I went to that panchayat there. There was a little fear in me, but then with courage I went there. I told, I did not come to baptize anybody, I said. I need not to be converted by anyone. But if you want to have a school and a hospital, then we will build that one. This is what is in my mind. And then they said, in that way we have no problem. So the panchayat, the sarpanch and the people agreed. So I told, "You come, I'll give you work." Next day, so many of them came to work with me. So we built a mud house there. And Father Xavier Cherkel, senior father is there, he is no more, with I died and gone. He knew the divine well. So he came there and I told him, "I want to dig a well over here." So he found a place that "You dig there, Father, you will get water there." So we dug a well over there, and with that mud we built a house there. So Morga house was blessed in 1974, December 3rd. That house was blessed. So that was the starting of Morga mission. That was the 4th mission session. We started to work. But the most interesting thing, the work in Kutruma was more difficult, but the work in Morga was not so difficult. But then we had to cycle. I could cycle to Korba, to Kadgora to purchase things. In Kutruma, we had to walk all the distance to Korba. But the joy of it was the people were so much concerned about it. That is why I decided to start a school in Morga. Morga school, I started a hostel there, thinking that children could go to the government school and study over there. But then one day when I went there, the teacher was not there. Children were making a noise there. Then I asked that the teacher is sitting in the village and talking with her. So I went and I told him, "We are paid money by the government to teach the children, not about the talking in the village." So he was a Catholic fellow, one of them was a Catholic teacher. So they went and they started work again. And one day I was going on the motorcycle to Korba side. Then I saw one boy carrying one bottle of liquor. I asked him, "What is that?" He said, "This is daru hai." Who told you? The teacher told me, "Buy and bring." So I took this boy behind my motorcycle. I went there. And the teacher was not there. I sat down on his chair. And I told that no, to go and call him. When he came, I asked him, "I am sending children to school to study, not to carry, buy liquor for you. And you come with me, I take you to office, we'll make complaint against you." So he was kneeling down and asking pardon. "Naine, aisa kabhi nahi karunga, I will not do it again." So that was one of the incidents which opened my eyes that we should, if we have to educate these children, we have to build a school for ourselves. That is how the school started in Morga. And then Aloysius joined me after it was in 1975, I think. I don't remember the year. My father Susayan might know that. 76 only, okay. And then after ordination, he came there to Morga's parish priest there. So Morga was a little more life over there. What I wanted to speak about the work in the mission was society started to grow only after 1971, because I was there. Then we also are newly ordained fathers there. So the flourishing work of the society started from that day onwards, and we could see that then we had a constant growth for that. Pallottine is the main cause, the reason is the burning lamp of the society, which brought fruit to the society, that all of us, most of us are from Pallottine. The story of Pallottine starts like the Father Adam Wisniewski, who started the Abanpur Leprosy Center. They came with Brother Martin guys to India. Both of them traveled together. And Father Adam had permission from General, Superior General, to start a leprosy center in India, and in Poland there was problem for them because Poland was under communist rule, and publicly they were not allowed to go and preach or do treatment over there. So Father Adam quietly became doctor, and he managed to get into India. He came with Father Martin to Raipur there. What happened was that it is an interesting story how this is. There was only one toilet in Bairamazar. There were 4 or 5 fathers over there. And Father Adam saw there's a lot of water in the toilet, and he closed and put a lock there. And Father Matapalli was the parish priest there. He had gone out somewhere, came back, the toilet is locked. He broke the lock and asked who locked it. It is Father Adam. So he gave him one old paint, empty tin, and told him, tomorrow you go and sit outside. And Father Adam was offended. Of course, any foreigner in that case. So Adam decided to go away, so he went to Dongargad. And next day morning when he got up, he saw all the women were sitting outside there in front of the house. So Adam decided to pack and go. He said, Bangalore, and then he wanted to have a training of a study about leprosy there. So I think in St. Martha Hospital there he worked for some time. Later on he wanted to start a house somewhere. So he went for a journey. He landed in Trivandrum, and he went to Bishop House. Bishop Bernard Pereira was the Bishop of Trivandrum that time there. He went and met him there. Then Bishop told him, if Pallottines want to grow in India, you open a seminary in Trivandrum, in Kerala. You come here, I will give you the land. So Adam went back to Raipur and told Widener, a society, if instead of going collecting all these ex-people, the first Pallottines, all those who were ordained, all ex-Pallottines. They were all from here and there, came out, were thrown away from our fathers collected all of them and sent them to Germany. 17 of them were sent to Germany to become Pallottines, but only few became, and many of them left the priesthood afterwards. Some of you know Father Polakkaran, James Akaparambil, Sebastian Nermudi, Francis Paul, the first Pallottine father. They all left and went away after some time. They couldn't survive through. So the growth of the society started from Pallottine only. Adam and old Widener told Father Matapalli was already there, I think, yes. But Matapalli went and made a study and came on, it's better to go to Kerala. So Father Tony Colva and Sebastian Kunnat were requested by Widener, and they were sent to Trivandrum, and Bishop Pereira gave that land of Pallottine land was given to us. That is 6.5 acres of land. Later on we paid money and we bought it for ourselves, otherwise later on they could also ask us to pack and get out if we doesn't belong to us. That happens in many places anyway, of course. So that is the story, the starting of the growth of the Pallottines. And Father Susain and myself also, I joined them. India is Pallottine, Trivandrum. Then we came into the seminary in Madurai, Father Manfred Hauk. All with full heart and love, we started a minor seminary here in Madurai. And we started Farish again. So God has His ways for us to grow this way. Even though the initial stages we have difficulties and problems. In Kadgora, Morga, Madanpur mission, we had a problem with the forest department people. There are people who are resisted, of course. A lot of problems came through. But the joy of all this was that people, those who joined us, remain in faith. And we also have vocation. We have three more priests from our society. We had Father Basil and one father who died in a motorcycle accident. I spoke about Madanpur mission, Kuturma, all these missions are there. Then later on the mission outside Chhattisgarh or Raipur was the mission at Mailam, Cherekurni, Fatimapuram in Trivandrum. These missions were developed by our fathers who joined Pallottine, Father Tony Kolb and Father Manfred and Father Jotar Kunel. And in Mailam parish, there were a lot of poor people over there. So Father Manfred took initiative, started some social work over there. And one father from Switzerland, I forgot his name now again. I will remember and tell you. He was ready to help us there. So Father Galus, yes. He was a great benefactor of mine also. Father Galus agreed to collect money to buy goats. And I have this. Can you show those? I pause for some time. There are some photos are there. We can have a look at. That is Father Adam. Father Adam became very sick. From Mysore, he had started a center in Mysore there, and there was a problem because Barbara was she was a problem maker over there for them. Father Adam had put an advertisement in the Polish magazines, and there were so many Polish people came to help him as voluntary workers. There was some problem, so Bishop told him, I can get out from there. So Father Adam had to pike away from that area and he came to Raipur. And Widener told, why do you roam around? Why don't you start something here where a lot of lepers here? So Father Adam decided to settle down in Raipur, and Father Nancy and myself also. One day, he took me also along with me. They bought some land over there. I went to see that land there. I was a novice that time actually. I don't know why he took me anyway. I went with him. And then Father Adam built the house over there. And in 1969, he started the work there. 1970, the first house was blessed by Monsignor Widener. And Father Adam and Barbara started to work at the center of leprosy center over there. And then Adam got cancer. He had a cancer of his stomach. And he was operated in Bilai hospital there. Then when he went for a radiation to Bombay somewhere, they found that it was spread through the lungs and all. Then he was very sick. And in 1989, I think, yes, Father Adam died. And before he was very sick, Father Christos, he came with some money and told, will you come along with me? This money has to be handed over to Father Adam. So we both went to Avanpur. I was in that time, I had finished my bakery training in Goa and started the technical school in Raipur. So we had some 25 boys over there to study welding and motor mechanic, bakery and all. So I went with Father Adam to give this money to him. And that is the time Adam requested me, Brother Abu, can you come to help me here? So Father Christos went and told Father Tarakundal was provincial. Tarakundal was very happy. He came running next day and took me along to Avanpur to ask whether what is the process for it. Then Barbara told, if you collaborate with me to start this congregation, Adam and Barbara had started a congregation of sisters and brothers there. And then there was a problem because Barbara did not know anything about religious life. They recruited girls, kept them there. Then they were not educated, not looked after. The first batch, some of them, how many? 16 of them, I think. She took them and put them in the railway station. No, I can go home. They had shaved their head and given them skirt and then how to send these girls like this. They covered with their head with the towel and all. And these girls, they went to Bairambasar to meet the Bishop Velipekka. And Bishop was angry because they were Catholic children treated like this. So he sent somebody bought saris and gave to these girls and sent them away, gave money for them for traveling. After a few days, another 16 or 17 girls came by on a truck. They went to Bairambasar and told Monsignor, this is the situation, we are asked to pike and get out. Then Bishop Filippo was angry, of course. Anybody could have a little bit heart for human children. So he went and he also bought saris and gave to the girls and sent them home to cover their head at least. It's a matter of shame for us now. There are Catholic children from Jasmur side. So Bishop went and told them, show me your constitution. So she told the constitution is sent to Vatican. And Bishop said, first he had to get approval from the IC, then only it goes to Vatican. So he banned the congregation of Father Adam and Barbara, the sisters over there. So send them all away. There are only just few left over there. And Barbara told me, if you join me to make this congregation, you can come and work with us. I said no. I said no. And I went back. And then I was appointed in Madanpur. And Bishop Philippa was interested in me because the people of Madanpur are left and went away. I brought them back to the church and I invited Bishop for confirmation there. Then he the one who initiated me, why don't you go and become a priest? And he told me, I will make all arrangement for you. Like that. Then I asked Father Tarakun and he was provisionally told go. I got permission. I went and joined the seminary in Ranchi. I think I am the only one Pallottine who studied and ordained outside of Nagpur. Anyway, that was the God's call. I agree with that one. When I came back to Madanpur, I became the assistant parish priest. Sakai was my parish priest over there. After 1 year, I became parish priest. And then Father came. Father Christos was provincial. He told, we have a chance to go to Madanpur. I was not willing to go there, but because then he told me Barbara is no more there. And Sister Helena is there, Dr. Helena. Anyway, I agreed to go there because I had some soft heart for Father Adam and his mighty work with the lepers over there. Now the story of leprosy goes like this. First time when I saw leprosy was when I joined the novitiate. One of our ex-novice, he was a novice there. He asked me, have you seen lepers? I said, no. Then you come with me. We went to the leper colony there. And I saw the suffering of lepers there. When I wrote a letter to my father home, I said, I saw lepers there. And they are suffering like this. They all wound, they have stinging and smelling, the poor chap people. I like to go and work with them. My father wrote a letter to me, they shall not enter there again anymore. Don't go there. So, what happened was, I landed up in Madanpur mission with the lepers. That time it was a poor situation. And after 1 month or so, there was no response from the doctor who's there. She was had some suspicion on. Anyway, whatever it is God's wish that I told her, if you don't show me the bylaw of the society, I can go away now from here. Because one of the leper was the president there, he was commenting on me. I did not like it because he was a fellow who was putting everything in his pocket. He sold the workers and took the money away. A lot of things were stolen there. And people had no appreciation at all with him. There was quarrels over there. So the doctor gave me the bylaw. I studied with Brother Father Ando, who is in Nagpur. We met a lawyer and we made a meeting. And I think Father Christos also was there for the meeting. I don't know whether he remembers. I think. So after the problem was solved. And then we decided to start a school there. There was no school in the beginning there. The reason is that when we found out that leprosy can be eradicated only by educating leper children. There are no chance of going to any schools. Or they became lepers or they became beggars or cheaters and robbers they were. So one of the benefactors of these sisters, sister in the congregation, she came for a visit to our Madanpur and she asked me how to eradicate leprosy. I said, we have to educate their children. So what to do? I said, we have to have a school. I need money. So she told me, you come to Poland. I went to Poland. I was 27 days in Poland. This old lady, 8-year-old lady, drive me around in Poland, so many places, address people. And I left Poland with 36 lakhs rupees in pocket and $360 to educate children there. That is the story of the school in Madanpur. Then we started a school there. First time when I went to the office of this, the education office there, with the application, I get on the top of that, I wrote only for leprous children. When this officer looked at this paper and he got up from there and he was looking at me up and down. I said, I am not a leper, don't worry. May Kodi nahi home. And he was looking then, are you not afraid of lepers? I said, why I have to afraid of lepers? I would to heal them, I said. But I am here to heal them from the leprosy that I will not get leprosy. I cannot get healed if I get leprosy. And I told him one thing, if you have leprosy in the body, that can be healed. But if you have leprosy of the heart, cannot be healed. That has to be healed by yourself. And I don't know both of this. So the starting of this Abanpur school was like this. So the benefactors from Poland gave money. So we started a school over there. And I can proudly say, we have educated around 6,000 children there, not one or two, during these last years. Many of them are employed. One thing is the Catholics, the missionaries in Chota Nagpur area, that is not only in Raipur, in Ranchi, Bihar, all those areas. We have more than 76 people who are IAS and IPS. There are some thousands of them have become teachers and officials. We have a lot of vocation from that area. So, these leprosy children, all those who are educated, all of them, 96% of them are employed outside. There are nurses, 47 of them are nurses, we educated them. There are so many of them working in the government offices. Teachers are there. School and so one of them, so many of. If I go to Abanpur today, and if they not, there is a big crowd of people gathering there to see me. My dear fathers, the last 55 years I am in Pallottine. But the joy of my heart is when I see those children, those who are educated by us, those leprous children, when they come to see me, how grateful they are. They are not Catholics. They are all different kind of people are there. Muslims are also there. But their gratitude towards us is different than all other things, whatever we can do. And I think I enjoyed the best part of my missionary work is working with the lepers. My 17 years I spent over there. But the joy of being with them is something different. If you have human touch, and if you have concern and love for human being, God has called you and me to go preach, only preach the gospel to the people, to live and show that they are human beings. Respect should be given to everybody. Nobody should be chased away. That's what my way of living and which has taught me. Not difficulties. Difficulties I went through. Lot of trouble I had. I had to cycle all these 60 kilometers, 58 kilometers to Morga. One day when I went, the river was flooded. I could not go this side or that side. One teacher was with me. He was a Catholic man. He had some rice with him. So 3 days we cooked and lived in a shed near the road there, over there. And then we helped that one of the fellow had a boat, had gone away. He made a boat. We helped him to cut the wood and make a boat like him, that he could take me back in the other side of the river. Malaria was a friend of mine for many years. I suffered from it. I remember one day when I came to Raipur, I was looking so thin. So Monsignor Honol told me, you are looking so sickly. You come with me, I take you to hospital. When he went to the doctor told your liver is congested. If you got again malaria, you will die. So Monsignor Honol told me, look after yourself. So the suffering of ours will always bring joy to us when we see the gratitude of the people and the way they live over there. Thank you for calling me for this and sharing this talk with you. I enjoyed it, and may God bless each one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Father Abu, for your wonderful sharing. It was really enlightening experience for us that you have taken us to your wonderful years of your Pallottine missionary in your early days. Thank you so much, and we will cherish and we will follow your footsteps. May God bless you. Fathers, now we have half an hour tea break. Then we come back by 11:40. Thank you so much.
formally recognized mission territory of the Society of the Catholic Apostolate. This structural shift allowed for greater autonomy in decisions, localized formation of priests, and bold new initiatives in mission and education. New missionaries continued to arrive, and with them came new vigor. The focus turned to nurturing vocations and building communities. Mission stations in Chindwara and Raipur became training grounds, not just in theology, but in resilience. The Pallottines traveled through forests, lived in simple dwellings, and served tribal populations, embracing India's diversity. 1965 marked another milestone. The focus on education as a path to transformation. Pallottine schools began to take shape, becoming centers of hope for marginalized communities. More than just literacy, the goal was to shape leaders grounded in faith and values. By 1966, the seeds of a dream were being sown. The aspiration for an Indian Pallottine region, independent, self-reliant, and deeply rooted in local culture. More Indian vocations were emerging. Young men from villages were entering the seminary, ready to serve their own people. It was a quiet revolution built on faith. In 1967, the focus sharpened on formation. New houses of formation and novitiates were established. Pallottines were no longer just missionaries. They were becoming formators, teachers, and mentors. This was the decade when leadership began to emerge from within, a shift from foreign dependence to indigenous leadership. The late 60s brought challenges, language barriers, cultural differences, financial constraints, and political uncertainties. But every obstacle became a stepping stone. Through prayer, simplicity, and community outreach, the Pallottines gained trust and love, particularly among tribal populations who had long been neglected. As the decade came to a close, the signs of growth were undeniable. More mission stations, more vocations, more schools, a growing presence across central India. The Pallottines were preparing not just for sustainability, but for expansion. What started as mustard seeds were now growing into trees of hope. The years 1961 to 1971 laid the foundation. A delegature was formed. Vocations were nurtured. Institutions were built. And faith was planted in remote soils. From foreign soil to Indian roots, this decade marks the emergence of an Indian Pallottine identity, bold, faithful, and ready to serve. History is not just what happened, it's what endures. And this decade, the first structured chapter of Pallottines in India, continues to shape generations even today.
Now we welcome Father Susayan.
Dear confreres, these missions which Father Abraham spoke about, Kuturwa was this mission started by us from Korba, 8 hours walk to that place. I had never walked. I was taken through shortcut somewhere when I went. but that is a big mission. Several fathers from there, several sisters from there. Morga, these all places have improved, grown so widely. He spoke someplace like sowing the seed, actually, So these all are big stations now that are well developed. So that why I mentioned that is that it is like a scattered seed here and there. That's how we in the beginning took root, and that was the work of God. Coming to me now, I was asked to give a sharing of formation for 15 minutes by Father Silvey, and I was asked by Father Rajan to give a talk on same thing, talk on formation. Now, one thing I do not. I asked Father Silvey also, Father, what you expect actually. I don't know what you want to hear from me about mission. I was not told, but then. In between, when you ask, it is like interaction. If you ask questions, I'll be able to say more about. You want on me on Pallottine, this one on formation. Which aspect about the formation I received, or how the formation developed in India? What you would like to hear actually? What I received. Okay, just before starting, what I received. I will say once I was when I was a rector in Nagpur, Father Tony Kolbo was the delegate superior. I think he was at the regional superior. He asked me to take a jeep from Raipur and to go to all the missions and up to Ranchi. So I had a great chance. Father Alex Krasta was a good driver who accompanied me, and he was very great to help me. So all those missions in the north at that time, 1990, those days I was able to visit. But I'm not like a father. He is a great missionary. By the time I got ordained, everything was set like. So in such situations I had to work. But then my formation as such, I joined Pallottine in Trivandrum in 1965. Exactly on the 7th of June, I reached there. And that time we stayed, there was a boys' town, an orphanage for boys, run, that is of the diocese, and that was just given to us. And I think after that only it is given to us. We stayed there. And that is below the hill, those who have gone to Trivandrum. We had the hill is ours, Pallottine hill. And construction was going on there on top. So we had classes on top where the rooms were ready, and staying was in Boys' Town below. And the second year, I had 2 years of formation there. So the second year we went up. First year or so towards the end, when the first floor was getting ready, water was to be there on the floor. So on that, coats were there and we were sleeping there. That was Trivandrum. Trivandrum means actually my formation was mostly by German fathers. Tony Kolb was the rector there. And he mentioned Brother Sebastian. Brother Sebastian was of another congregation. They borrowed life. He joined us, and he was the prefect there. I think he was the prefect there. And of course, later on, he left and joined the Jespu diocese. He was in America and so on. After that, don't know. So that time, all what I am today, my behaviors, all were taught in Trivandrum. Speaking English, sitting at table, etiquette, hard working. We used to be given a garden, so little garden and competition, vegetable garden. Who produces more amount of vegetables, we used to get prizes. And I used to get very often first prize for producing. Pumpkin and so on, if you produce, it's heavier than like that. And Latin we studied there. All practical life, the Germans. I remember we started poultry there, and chicks, one day old chicks they bring. So I have slept also in the in the poultry there, because night, if they come together and stay together, then they all die. So we had to keep watch and so on. So like that, and then construction work. From that time onwards, this is like a rain going, and behind we go like the houses formations or houses construction starting, and along with that our batch we have travelled. So concreting, I cannot forget Trivandrum first time that Kamalas carry in the hand and carry the concrete, and then all fingers would be bruised actually, So then afterwards they provided gloves, but then the soup and so on we get. Actually these Germans, though we used to criticize those days, wonderful people. They are human people. So all what is practically in me was introduced. Father Christos was 1 year later, but then we joined in the novitiate. Father Abraham was 2 years later. So he had set his shortcut. We joined in the novitiate. Novitiate was in Raipo. So Trivandrum, my first experience on the 7th of June when I went there, I quarreled with the man, not requested and bought 2 chappals. First time wearing leather chappals, 2 rupees chappals actually. So my old parish priest, he had a car which would not start, so it has to be pushed. Say brought me to Trivandrum. My father was there. So in that new building construction, 1 room was ready. Father Tony Kolb was staying there. So we went there to his room and spent about 2 hours. And I came back. My chapel was missing. 1 chapel was missing. And later on, 1 week later, I found that dogs had taken and torn it. That was the history of my chapel. And then the symbol is that Pallottine, God did not want me to return back home. He wanted me to continue with the Pallottines. When I was in Nagpur, final profession, 1 year I postponed my final profession. One day, Henry Angel, 1 year junior to me, 2 years, 1 year junior, he came and asked me, if a society dismisses also, you would not leave. Then why are you postponing the profession, he asked me. So I am the regular first batch of the Pallottines in India who went through. There were actually apostolic boys like who from 8th standard, 9th standard and so on in Trivandrum, when they came before me there. But I think I don't remember anybody surviving to priesthood. And my classmate Matthew Michael, the Kuturua mission, actually he had a bike and he used to go to that mission. He stayed there. Then KK George, who died 2-3 years ago, he also became like him brother, and then he became later priest. He and myself are the same batch actually, same batch, original batch. So at that time, Trivandrum was the only minor seminary in India. Father said how the formation house is a must. So they had started the house, and plenty of students used to have there. So the only minor seminary in India. Then 2 years later, I was disciplined, timetable and so on. Everything was. I was sent to Nagpur. Nagpur, also at that time, Pallottine Bhavan, those who went to that side, that construction was there. Construction was going on there. So we stayed and supposed to be staying in the seminary. There is a red building of the college that is a British time building. That building, the veranda we were staying. We were there. We were at that time PUC and cosmology and so on. We were taught in Latin. Cosmology, Latin, and then we are doing college in PUC college. And there are only some failed and so on, and then they are also either they go home or become brother and so on actually. So the Nagpur, then Nagpur actually it is established. We had to come from there about a furlong. We had to walk to the seminary for everything, class, eating and so on, then come to sleep here. That way we spent that days. One thing, those days, the initial, we would be afraid that we would be sent out. No, Father Christasan don't agree with me. So we have to be very careful that the formaters do not find anything wrong with us. But today it is different. Today we are afraid that they would to go away. Actually, that is and the humanness. Those days from minor seminary, one day Father Tony Colby took me to the recruiting tour to Kilmanakudi, Malmanakudi, and so on. I remember Kilmanakudi, we stayed there. To Malmanakudi, we had to go in one place in Tamil Kota Diocese only. There, I was the vehicle would not move or start or something. I had to push. Pushing. I burned my leg in the exhaust, and I got a fever. The amount of concern, care Tony showed me. Actually, this his heart at that time, the humanness they taught us. Once from Nagpur to Pachimari, going, I got vomiting trouble. The amount of concern, care he showed me at that time. This all had have a lot of formation impression in me. Then from beginning onwards, as Father Abraham said, there are several collaborators like Pallottines and the lay movement that has to a lot. Lay means involving lay people to us. So many people. That's because of the Pallottine hospitality, the way we used to receive them, the way we used to treat them, and so on. So this Pallottine hospitality, from the day I joined the seminary, we were seeing that in the formations, and we are also introduced into that actually. In Nagpur 1 year, when Father Julius was German, was our formator. Later he left and got married with somebody in Nagpur, and so on. That is 1 year. From there we went to the novitiate Raipur. That was a place where we did not have to do construction work. That was an old building bought, I think. So it was looking old actually. Of course, one day after the mass, we went to our dormitory, and we found that I found that my lungi was missing. And we found that clocks and so many things were missing. They stole somebody, when we were in the mass, somebody stole all these things. They took my lungi. Only lungi I lost to tie and take along. So novitiate, Father Otto Hurley was the novice master, and 2 years of novitiate, strict novitiate actually. Strict novitiate, silence, and then from the refectory noon, from the chapel noon, when you come to the dining, we had to sing psalm and come in Latin. So this singing, we Father Christas and myself used to be stubborn singer. He was called a stubborn singer. Singing, we cannot sing, but we have to sing there. We have to tone, some psalms and this and that. But that all helped me. Even musical instruments, I cannot play musical instrument. I know that is not my talent. But then I learned flute, and one song I learned in that. Still I remember that note actually. And also tabla I started. Na din din da. Later on I thought, if you have, though it is not my talent, but in the novitiate all these things were introduced to us. Typing I learned in novitiate. Typing on the typewriter. I was a great typist. So many reports, so many things I have. This all were, and we had that 1 month retreat there. 1 month retreat there. It was directed by Ignatian retreat. The novice master only would guide the retreat. After 15 days, those days actually retreat used to be difficult. Silence and we used to think when there is a break actually, So those were, so after 2 weeks, 1 day break. And then it would start actually. But now when you look, all these things were great formation actually. See, he would not go out too much. Of course, he would go out, but then, sending for us to movie, he would take us by car, novice master, to the theater. And he would not say anything. So ticket is given to us. When we watch a movie, at the end, when the movie is over, when he come out, we found Father Otto with a car there, to no, this all really formation. It's not a mere education, mere formation. I was into a mission for mission and no shit from there. There's 3 months in Chuipalli on mission actually. So we were really the silence. I was the one. I'm now never able to keep up silence. Actually, several times I used to be taught, but no shit, strict silence and so on. So the students outing every month used to have outing on cycle. So when I learned cycling also in Rwanda after joining the seminary. So all what I am today is from the formation that we had actually. Once I went for taking something to the sisters, little outer there, and then I was coming back. One bus was coming behind. I was going so fast actually. The busman overtook and stopped and told me, "Don't put yourself in danger. Go slow." Those. Then I used to think at that time, even if they dismiss me from the seminary, I know shopping, I know cycling, some load and so on. I can. I used to think like that actually. Like this. Like this. So the outing in Nagpur. So we used to go to some streams and so on, where we used to go and we used to pluck a lot of that what is called not Sita, small thing. This Elandapalam, and that a small one. So we used to pluck a lot and come and we used to enjoy, and chapatis, plenty of they used to make in the morning, lot of chapatis. So 10 o'clock, we used to come and 10 o'clock break, you can eat as much as chapatis as possible. And margarine, that was our butter those days, margarine. They used for cooking actually, so we can eat they see for eating no control actually there, nobody would question. So like that no shit, 2 years of no shit, that brought me home lot of Pallottine and real formation, no shit formation. What a Pallottine has to be as a religious was really introduced to us actually. And ours actually, after this 1965, so it's all post-Vatican formation. They were all learning, though these formatives were pre-Vatican, but all were learning. Even the canon law we studied on Father Bernard, he just completed his doctorate and came back, and the canon law which you all are studying at that time was taught to us. So this formation then came to Nagpur. 2 years no shit, first profession on 24th of June 1970, and came to Nagpur, 3 years of college and philosophy. That time we were staying in our house. It was ready. The house, the old wing was ready. The new wing was being constructed. They are digging for the underground. So we took several days to underground building. You see that chapel below that room, that all were dug by us. And then after digging, when they came for final concreting and so on, they redug again because we were shown the wrong marking. So that all experience is there actually, So the lot of work at night. There used to be stealing of iron rods which were for construction. So volunteers used to be asked to stay awake. So I used to be often a volunteer to stay awake at night and guard the house. Of course, naughty things all we used to do. We used to come night. We feel like some eating. Actually, George William was the procurator of the house. Actually, that in charge of kitchen. So he used to lock kitchen and keep the key under the pillow and sleep. So we used to go quietly to his room, lift the pillow and take the key, come to the kitchen and open and eat bread and this all naughty things we used to do at that time. But very interesting. It was then for 3 years college philosophy plus 4 years of theology. In a stealthy way, I did Bachelor of General Way. Stealthy way means the seminary. Charles, the Dominican fathers did not like that. I got, though I am weak at studies, somehow for economic I am good actually. So I was fourth in the university. So I was given a scholarship of 200 rupees if I do MA in economic. So father, at that time, the Monsignor, he was the formator. Werner Hunold, he allowed me to go and take admission for MA afternoon class in economic. Father Tony Kolb came back and said, what you are going to do with economic MA? Go and study law, he said. So there was an evening college. So took their admission and learned college. In the college, in BGL also I was fourth in the university. But generally my other marks would be only 40, 45 and so on. So involving construction, watching over construction at night, and experience of painting. The whole Nagpur house was painted by us. That was on my leadership. Aloysius used to be leader for fitting this on basin, and he was in that way mechanic. Used to paint cars. Old car, there was on a arma like the tortoise like a car actually, old car. And then there was an old scooter there. All this is Aloysius used to teach me. With the spray, we spray pesticide, that with that we used to spray. And then see, that painting, such a huge house, painting, and that time only this roller they used to bring from Germany to they used to bring, and they used to give us and just leave us actually there on our own we can do. So sometimes we paint a room and then come back and see that that room is some twinkling, some thing is there, people cannot see, so we have to change the color so that it is suiting for us. So like that all from there we went to Pachimari. We had a house actually that in a hilly area, and then we were sent for painting there. So a lot of exposure to practical life was there, cooking, washing, all these experiences were given to us. And then Nagpur, I remember once Father Tony Kolb, fathers were not there. So he gave me 2,000 rupees till he comes back. The expenses are to be looked after. When he came back, actually, account when I was preparing, 200 rupees were missing in that. 200 those days actually. So I went and told Tony Kolb, Father, 200 rupees are missing. I don't know. Then he said, how you know that it is missing? He asked me like this. You might have spent and you might have forgotten. So like that actually, see that how he encouraged in the to be a future Pallottine. And then once all staff were out, and I was the acting rector. Two people used to be consultants. Vincent Veluttamanangal was one of my consultants, somebody else. So those days affairs had to be looked after. So one of those days on lovers, one pair of lovers, a boy and girl, they came and asked one night they want to stay. They are coming from Bihar somewhere. They said one night they would stay there and so on. So we made a consult among us, and we decided we were so sympathetic, we decided to give them a room actually. Next day when Father Lourdes Raju from Tamil Nadu was the diocese, he was a college professor there, he called me and asked me, suppose he came and committed suicide at night, what would have done actually? What he had done was wrong. But then how we were taught to function as community and so on. So the get-togethers we used to have actually, we used to have those days 2-3 times a year, I think, we were given beer and so on and have get-togethers actually, Of course, my companion, Mansoor Junior, used to drink too much and he used to vomit in the room and so on actually, one person actually, but he remained till the end drinking only. And so the get-togethers and so on. So there is one Idi Amin was there. He was an eccentric person in Uganda, president actually, He used to flog people publicly and so on if they use this one, what is called beautifying things in the body. So whenever his photo comes in, news comes, his photo is there, they used to put on the board there. I used to be called Idi Amin in those days actually, Idi Amin, my pet. And one day I was sick and I was in the bedroom, in the room, lying down, and then I'm hearing a music of drums and so on and so on. They are, and this Jacob and so on, they are coming with a big procession with the music, breakfast, bringing it to my room actually, So it's all where the formation that we had actually. I did not have hard time like a father. Everything was, we had hard works. When the first appointment was, 3 persons work was given to 1 person. Like I was procurator, I was teaching first procurator in Trivandrum. I was teaching the PUC students their history. First I had to learn and teach. I was in charge of one of those missions in Trivandrum, Milam, which father said actually, So that also the first year when I went for appointment, Manfred was in charge. I went there during the Holy Week only, first appointment. So he forgot to tell me to preach. Malayalam I had to learn actually. I'm a Tamilian. I studied Malayalam. So at that time he is telling me to preach, but I had not even thought of preaching. Then without preaching that event, Good Friday. So these all are that initial experiences. And in those days in the formation, the magazines used to be gone, plenty of magazines used to come, but then certain pictures used to be cut from that. Then one of our duty is to go and find out somewhere in the magazine what picture is cut and so on actually, So when he formed students, how he had to treat them, also we learned from there actually, So this is my formation. Actually only minor seminary in Trivandrum, then in 1978 in Madurai, then we started a minor seminary in Andhra, then we started a minor seminary in Goa, and now another. So this minor seminary is starting here and there to boost the Pallottine's vocation so much actually, So in these years we grew into 5 units in India is a commendable thing. And then the Union of the Catholic Apostolate, they were also not sure what is our charism. But lay apostolate used to be taught lay apostolate is the charism. And this was well introduced into us. In Kulasekharam, I was a parish priest there. I was successful only by involving the people into the administration of the parish actually. Not only the parish council, there was no catechism. Catechism was conducted by teachers, sisters. Sisters came and ICM sisters told me that hereafter we will not conduct catechism. So I called volunteers in the parish, lay people, gave a training and started catechism. 60 teachers and about 600 students. This all, and then this parish council, I thought that the substations were neglected. They were not in the governing body. So I said to that parish council union, we will start. All office bearers together, and then the main station would not allow. So it was a great struggle and started union. That was actually, it's all because of the Pallottine formation that involved laity into our activities. Pallottine sent people to collect money and so on. So like that, this was taught to me by Pallottines. And Pallottine hospitality, how much it has impressed me is that so much. And I was rector in Nagpur once from Orissa. On few priests from Bishop House, few priests came to Nagpur and stayed there. They went. So I had to visit to some stations in Orissa. So I asked arrange that I stay there overnight. So I went to the railway station. They picked me up from there and went to the bishop's house. Actually, somebody is waiting at the gate, at the door, and then everybody are coming. And I asked him, something impressive is happening here. Everywhere you are so helpful, hospitable. Then he told me, actually, you know where we learned this? We came to your house and you did like this. We decided that day how hospitable we have to be. So Pallottine hospitality has, this was taught to us by our formatists actually. Formatists. So Germans we may complain, but they did a lot of good to us. The discipline, the hard work, all these things were taught to us by the Pallottines. So this is actually the formation that I had, that 50 years that made me to stay on in the Pallottine congregation. And I am quite satisfied with the formation we got and happy with as a Pallottine. Any questions if you have got, you can ask me. anything about the missions more. You want me to ask, no, you can ask me, otherwise I'll conclude. Yeah, Father. Pallottine is actually, in 1978 and 79 inaugurated, in building inaugurated. So we bought a land there, and then we wanted to start 75 or 76 or something. That's all for this Tony Kolb and Manfred Hauk was involved in that. 78. One was I was parish priest in Madurai. I stayed there. So Pallottine was the second minor seminary in India, and that has also helped to form so many priests are because of that house there. That is our mother house in Tamil Nadu. Anything else, Father? Mm. Mm. Father, we never felt formation as such. All this we had to do. Father Tony, one day I was, when I joined minor seminary in Trivandrum, afternoon Tony used to take rest. I was on a mango tree eating mango on top actually, So Tony come in, Father Susayan, as I'm top eating mango, he's standing down actually. But then Aloysius joined. Aloysius was from city. He knew some mechanism and so on. They bought a washing machine, and I went and in between somewhere on switch I put on and put out. That's only I said. And then Aloysius after that went and put on. The machine was not working, so it was reported to Father Tony Kolb, and he fired me so much. But after that, found that there was no electricity at that time, and the electricity came to started working actually, So Father Tony Kolb used to throw books at us and to go. Herculanum he used to say, don't know the meaning of Herculanum actually, He used to say and go, but we all enjoyed our formation. As Father said, it was hard. It was hard. That brought our life successful. Till today, any work is not hard for us because, and also beginning, they were just waiting for ordination to come out and, in Trivandrum, so much work was entrusted to me. In the second appointment in Bangalore, novitiate, I had to take a class. I was procurator. Some 6,000 chicken were there, layer chicken were there, and broilers, then 32 cows. All these things I had to look after actually, Then coming to Madurai, I was parish priest. I was bursar. I was teaching the school students. So like life was actually as a priest, the beginning. As even Kulasegara, I remember how much of work. So the formation was tough. And we had to do a lot of manual work. Of course, we all like doing manual work than studying actually, But he enjoyed. Today, looking at Father Christas and of course, brothers, his father Abraham's different actually, because he had all disappointments. But Christas, we all will agree that we enjoyed our formation. Father Christas, we enjoyed our formation. And then entertainments also would be sufficiently there. And we had students meeting, we had to fight with Tony Kolb and so on. One fight I will tell you in Nagpur, all of us, exam, students used to be taken by car to the center where we write exam. Suddenly he decided he will not take us. And then I was student leader at that time. So going and discussing with the father what the decision that they made was wrong. But up to that time he'll agree, but he will not accept it is wrong. So we will not win, but all this made us tough, sincere, and hardworking. So we enjoyed actually.
Father, we would like to invite Father Abraham also. Father, please, both of you sit down there. And the members can, any doubt regarding the mission as well as the formation, they will answer. The session is open for the discussion. Father, please come.
See, there was they could not revenge because they were at fault. Say, when I started to fight with these fellows was they were misusing the girls in the village, stealing their animals also, taking away harvested paddy and all those things. So what we did, I made a study about it. The people had occupied land over there. If I pay fine for the land once, that I have the ownership of it and I have the right to get papers corrected for me, and that way the ownership of the land is mine. That is the civil law. But these people did not do that one. They fined and they did not took the money away. The money was not recorded anyway that his money is paid by. So then, but they had given photo receipts for them. So I collected all the receipts and put a complaint and sent it away. One of the deputy ranger was suspended for 6 months. So when that case came for a interview, one of the officials was appointed to study the case. So there were 36 witnesses were there. I had collected all these people. We went there. So that man was dismissed from his job. For 6 months, his dismissal was there. After when he joined, his service book was cancelled. So they were terribly afraid of, suppose a complaint goes, he will lose his job. So that is when one was punished, then we had no problem at all afterwards. And then what we did, we made an application and people got patta for their land. So they could cultivate and they could make better life there. That's what happened there, of course. Yeah.
Father Abu, almost after 20 years of brotherhood, you opted for priesthood. What are the challenges, difficulties that you underwent as a brother, and what are the good things that you experienced after becoming a priest?
See, why I decided to leave because of I was appointed as a vocation promoter for the brothers. When the first time when we had the chapter, the regional chapter in Bangalore, I decided that we should promote brotherhood. Because there were only few brothers over there, and then the brothers were not educated there. And then I went around recruiting brothers. I was here, first time I came to Madurai here for a vocation for brothers. And then what happened was afterwards, Manpad was after my life. He was shouting at me. So one day I said, I recruited so many students, they were in Nagpur. They all were sent for ITI there. After finishing ITI, they all packed and went away. Because there was no proper formation for those brother candidates. And then I came into Andhra Pradesh for vocation promotion with Anthony Gullipuli. When I returned back, Manpata was shouting at me. So what I did, I called and told Father, we shall stop brotherhood in the society. I resigned from my vocation promotion job. And I did not do anything, and I decided not to have brothers in the society. And then Bishop Vilipakka is the one who actually made me to go to the seminary there. And I told him that when I went back to Madanpur and I brought the people back to the church again, the bishop, one day he came. I was preaching in the church in Urao language. He came and he was sitting outside and he heard me. When I came out, he called me, he said, Abu, I was listening to you. Why don't you go and become a priest where you can do a better job than walking around like this? But then he is the one who encouraged me. And I did not do any philosophy. Without doing philosophy, I was given permission because I got an acknowledgement from Belgium University because of my work in the missions. So I have a B.A. honorary degree given by the University of Belgium. Then Bishop Philippaka advised me, and Tharakonel and that time the councillor members, they promoted me to go to seminary. Father Prasad is one of the ordered for me. I know that. So from Madanpur, when Madanpur was in trouble, I was asked to go to Madanpur there. And then, anyway, that is will of God that I went to Ranchi Seminary. I studied 3 years of theology, and I was ordained. And I got MA, first class with distinction from the seminary over there. So I am an MA B.Ed. I was principal of the school of Lepers Children's School, which I started for so many years. So this all, I will not say it is because of my merit. It was the will of God. So I went through, because I maybe perhaps was the least formation, but then I was ordained as a priest when I was 47 years old. I see that I went through difficulty, and the willingness to resist on and continue the work is the work of God. And God's mercy was with me. I enjoyed it. And then another thing, what forced me to be, I saw the real difficulties of people, how they are living. When I ate salt and rice without having vegetable and meat, I saw the people were eating there. When I started leave, the first time when I went to work in the mission in Kutruma, I was eating chili and rice. At 10 o'clock they gave me yesterday's cooked rice. They gave me basi, but I was happy to live with them because I really literally went into the way of their living. They are the extreme poverty. And when today if you go there, you will see them. They are living in good bungalows, in good houses they have. Their children are educated because we took initiative to bring them to the church to educate their children. We started a hostel for the children in Morga. The schools were opened there. Now we have a high school in Kutruma. They are opening a school in Madanpur. There is a school in Morga. There is a school in Kadgora also. They are building a school now. So when today I was in Kutruma, I think 2-3 years back, when Kutruma celebrated 50th year, the Golden Jubilee of Kutruma Parish, I was invited there. I was surprised to see that we have tar roads there. There are no more grass cuts there. People are living in good houses. And all those young fellows whom we educated in the hostel in Morga, they are rich people. They are making better life. So that is I am fully convinced of that one. The work of God was there with us. Even though I went through difficulties or others went through difficulties, but our hard work has given fruit and those people are living decent life. And they are good Catholics.
Thank you, Father. Yeah.
I said already that those days we used to be afraid. Students used to be afraid. Then now formators used to be afraid that they would go away. Now actually my several years novitiate I was there, here I was there. They do come without motivation. Without any motivation they come. Why they are in the seminary they themselves don't know. We have to spend a lot of time going, especially in the novitiate, talking to them to bring some motivation from within them to start some motivation. And there is some 20, once there were 14 students, another time 24 students, 22 students in Goa actually, we get to 8, 9 motivated. This was my main aspect, get them motivated. And then they do their studies there, that's all we look after actually, But get them motivated. It is a great task that we need. Because today they come without motivation. Here they come, here in Pallottine, morning to make them get up. Sometimes you have to go and pour water onto the face actually in the bed to wake them up actually, So they absolutely no motivation nowadays actually. Except maybe one or other. So that is what I found nowadays, the format and then disciplining. Those days we used to get disciplined because we used to be afraid of them and then we used to get disciplined, we used to follow. But today they don't follow. So to motivate them again to follow discipline, These all are the challenges today. A lot of challenges there. And, we have to treat them as human beings and we have to form them. Today, being a formator is a big challenge. It is not easy actually. Okay. Yeah. That was actually the where we worked, concreted and so on. No, and I was rector, and there was a glorious time actually. Beautiful time actually. And there also actually used to meet regulars individually and so on. And then I was more free because I was not taking class in the seminary. So actually, once I had to dismiss somebody. So he said he would not go. I said you have to go. So he finally went. After 6 months, he phoned and thanked me, Father. I now realize that this is my occasion. That was not my occasion. You helped me actually. So this all are, when you make decisions, actually this decision making is very difficult. One thing is conscience. If when you have to dismiss a student, is the right decision. Right decision. This is always a challenge, especially these times. If he has an occasion, then if I dismiss, it's a lot of trust we had to keep and then take a decision. Making decision is a big challenge actually nowadays. Then those days simply they used to say go. Henry Angel was told one day he was talking or something like that, dismissed. Go, he said, Henry Angel from minor seminary. And then that Sebastian, he told today we are going for a picnic, let him come for a picnic and then go. So after coming back from picnic, Tony called to let him stay. Nowadays that would not happen. And then I was on that picnic day, I was taking bath in the evening. After supper, we are supposed to go somewhere Kerala for picnic night. And somebody came and locked my toilet from outside. So I was telling open, because those young years, we don't know how picnic we had to go. So I said open. Tony called, heard that. He came and punishment, you don't go for a picnic. Punishment actually. But then that brother told, if Susan doesn't go for a picnic, we don't go for a picnic. So like that, all those days actually, if we do these days like that, immediately they will pack and go actually, So it is actually the formation. Okay.
Thank you, Father Abu, for your inspiring and touching your experiences, work experiences, especially with the lepers and also educating the children. You had a lot of courage to take them to the children who about the alcohol, no? So my clarification is, now you see the fundamentalism in North India, also in Tamil Nadu, we have BJP getting more strong and stronger. And they are, whatever you do, they connect to conversion. So I find one of the solution, also good relation with neighbors. I'm sure you had a lot of influence those area, Hindus and others, or politicians also. Did they target you or like politicians? They were not.
My way of dealing was different with these kind of people. See, my success in the work in Abunpur was I made a biogas plant there because we had a lot of cows. One of Sardaji had given him 5 cows free to give milk for the lepers children. There were such nice people also. So what I did, I made a biogas plant and I invited the Chief Minister of the state, Mr. Ajit Jogi. I went to his house in the castle and I told I wanted to meet you. He was a Christian fellow, so he came out and he told that fellow, you lock the gate till Father goes out, don't allow anybody to come in. Then he took me to his house and he talked to me. I said, I came to invite you. I have got a plan or built a biogas plant. I want you to come and inaugurate it, and I wanted to show it to other people also that we can do this kind of things. So he was very happy. He simply accepted it and he came. And then the next day morning when I reached, I got up there, one vehicle full of police fellows with coolies were to make a helipad in my football court there. And Yogiji came there and there was a big affair because some hundreds, thousands of people actually gathered there. Then they understood. And then afterwards, I could go to any office in Jaipur. When I showed the card, they said that I always wished me. I had no politician, nobody was behind my life in working in Avanpur. But in the missions today, what is it? Because of the BJP is ruling the states there are a few people who is totally against us because they are also educated by us. All those who are enemy to us are educated by the church. The Marwad, they are not the Marwadis, they are the high caste. They are not even Hindus also. One of the main reason why they are against is their own, because when we educate the tribals and the Harijan people of North India, they are all working now, they have got jobs. Before that, the officials, all the officials were high caste people. Now there are low caste people sitting there on the chair as collectors and commissioners. And these fellows are where will our children will go? The high caste people of the Hindus of North India is asking this question. You missionaries educated at the Adivasis and the Harijans, they have become collectors and commissioners. Where will our children will go? Now, that is one of the main reasons why they are against us. And then, of course, during this Christmas this season, a lot of attacks were done in North India. Those who are arrested and put in kept in the railway station and jail for 2 days, they are innocent. They are not done anything wrong anywhere. But there was a lady who is behind of that road. She is a Hindu lady, not a politician, but an absolute rascal she is. She has got a lot of influence. No policeman can arrest that woman. She is the one who made those people to make so much noise, keep their sisters in that kind of troubles. So it is not the whole crowd of people. There are few people who is a kind of grudge like, that they cannot withstand that the pure the Harijans and the Adivasi children are educated because they are taking high class seats of the officials. That is why. That is one of the main reasons why these high caste Hindus they are against the church and the work of what we are doing this.
So thank you, dear fathers. We have one video left over, 5 minutes. We shall watch the video and then we will pray Angelus.
Every journey has defining chapters. For the Pallottine mission, the years 1971 to 1991 were not just a period of time. They were 2 decades of courage, commitment, and extraordinary transformation. This is the story of how a small spark grew into a vibrant mission that touched thousands of lives. In 1971, the mission stood on the strength of 12 emerging stations. Faith communities were taking shape, slowly becoming independent and self-sustaining. It was a year of transition. Repaired, formation houses were inaugurated, and the mission gained a firm organizational backbone. With fresh pastoral leadership in 1975, outreach expanded to villages and youth groups. A landmark came in 1977 when the Kutela Vidya Prachar Samaj was formed, a movement focusing on education and upliftment of tribal children. Then in 1978, 2 major milestones arrived. February 2nd, 1978, the blessing of a new parish hall, the center of community life. January 26, 1978, 3 sisters joined the mission, empowering women's apostolate in a new way. 1979, Rajnandgaon rose to the status of a full-fledged parish. By 1981, the mission had matured. More schools, stronger hostels, deeper outreach programs, and a growing number of local leaders serving their own communities. The mustard seed had taken root. A silver jubilee moment, 1981. 1981 marked a silver milestone, the 25th anniversary of the Apostolic School. That same year, the first regional assembly reflected on the mission's growth and drafted a roadmap for a stronger future. 1982 was a year of monumental achievements. On 9 February, the St. Vincent Pallottine Center was blessed, a hub of retreats, formation, and renewal. Just months later, on May 1st, 1982, the magnificent cathedral dedicated to St. Joseph was inaugurated, becoming a symbol of faith, unity, and mission strength. The mid-1980s brought further consolidation, leadership growth, and recognition of dedicated missionaries. As the mission grew, a generational shift took place. In 1986, a senior missionary returned to Germany after 35 years of service, an emotional passing of responsibilities to younger leaders. In 1987, Father Shu, a historian whose writings preserved the early story, entered eternal life. Their legacy became the mission's guiding light. By 1988, mission directories recorded remarkable expansion. More schools, bigger hostels, stronger village apostolate, and increasing lay participation. In 1989, major publications documented the history and spirit of the Pallottines in India. As the decade reached 1991, the mission stood organized, strengthened, and ready to explore new territories of service. From 1971 to 1991, the Pallottine mission journeyed from quiet beginnings to confident growth. 2 decades of faith, 2 decades of tireless service, 2 decades of transformation. What began as a small seed became a living mission, rooted in love, nourished by sacrifice, and blossoming into hope for generations to come.
Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Behold the handmaid of the Lord. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. And the Word was made flesh. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Pray for us, O Holy Mother of God. Let us pray. Pour forth, we beseech you, O Lord, your grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ, your Son, was made known by the message of an angel, may by his passion and cross be brought to the glory of his resurrection, through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Mary, Queen of the Apostles, Saint Vincent Pallottine. Thank you, Fathers. We meet again at 3:30 p.m. Good afternoon, dear fathers. Now we will have the video presentation on mission stations in Tamil Nadu and later sharing by a conferer.
The Society of the Catholic Apostolate, widely known as the Congregation of the Pallottine Fathers and Brothers, was founded in Rome in the year 1835 by St. Vincent Pallottine. From its humble beginnings, congregation grew steadily and today carries out its apostolic mission across the world. The Pallottine journey in India began on the 28th of July 1951. Three pioneering German missionaries from the South German province, Fathers Laurent, Werner Hunold, and Joseph, arrived in India and laid the foundation of the congregation at Raipur parish, then part of the Diocese of Nagpur. What started as a small missionary presence gradually flourished. As Indian Pallottine priests and brothers increased in number, the congregation expanded its mission to various parts of the country. Over time, this growth led to the establishment of 4 independent provinces and 1 independent region in India. In 1978, responding to the invitation of Archbishop Dr. Justin Thiraviam of Madurai, the Pallottines extended their mission to Tamil Nadu. Their first foundation in the state was established at Thirunagar parish in the Diocese of Madurai. The ministry began with parish service at Thirunagar and later expanded with the establishment of Pallottine, a formation house for young aspirants. The history of the Pallottines in Tamil Nadu now spans over 4 decades. This documentation focuses on the present-day Pallottine establishments in Tamil Nadu. Our Lady of Good Health Province. In 2019, the Our Lady of Good Health Province was established, emerging from the Bangalore Assumption Province. Today, it stands out as one of the most vibrant and fast-growing provinces in the Pallottine congregation. The province presently comprises 103 priests, 2 other finally professed members, and a strong presence of seminarians undergoing formation in various Pallottine formation houses across India.
every sorrow comes. 'Cause I know that I'll never know. I In the good and the bad, I will worship in the waiting. When I cannot see the end, He's never let me down. And that'll never change, so I'll praise Him anyway. In peace, He goes before me, and I will never cower at what comes. I won't let my mind fall to anxiety. I am not afraid, I know my God.
I was ordained on 16th May 1995 by Bishop Arugusamy. My first appointment was to Jalipudi in 1985-86. Then I was transferred to Pallottine as an assistant and boarding in charge. I was there for 4 years. I had almost 60 children in the boarding. Then I was transferred to Amaravati as a parish priest. There also I had 17 substation and boarding. All the 4 years I had some assistant also. Every day we go to mission, we go to the stations for mass. From there I went to Kulashekaram for 1 year. Again, I was called back to Andhra to start a new mission. That was Kongepudi. It was bifurcated from Pedana. There I stayed in a rented house and bought 9 acres of land. First we started boarding. Then we constructed presbytery, then church. Then later we started a school where we bought the land. First year itself we had 230 children. Now the school has 2,450 children. I worked there for 9 years. Then again I was appointed as a parish priest in Pallottine, where we had 23 substations. There I worked for 6 years. There also the boarding flourished. When I left Pallottine, there were 62 children in the boarding. Then again I came back to Kongepudi as a parish priest and the correspondent of the school. 2014 I was transferred to Kollaprodu in Visakhapatnam Diocese. There I worked for 2 years. Then I came to Pechiparai as a parish priest. Almost 4 years I was there. Then I was transferred to Kulivilai. A new parish was given to us in Kulithira Diocese. There also I worked almost 4 years.
I know my God. I will trust in the Lord with everything I have. I will bring Him all my praise in the good and the bad. I will worship in the waiting when I cannot see the end. He's never let me down. Never change, so I praise Him anyway. plan. If I don't get it, I don't need it. If it's not what you have, if I don't see it, I'll believe that it's all in your hands. So if I'm waiting, God, you're moving. If you're not in it, I don't want it. Trust in your plan. If I don't get it, I don't need it. If it's not what you have, if I don't see it, I'll believe it. It's all in your hands. So if I'm waiting, if I'm waiting, I trust in the Lord with everything I have. I will bring Him all my praise, in the good and the bad. I will worship in the waiting, when I cannot see the end. He's never let me down, and I don't ever change, so I'll praise Him. I am not afraid, I know my God. I will trust in the Lord with everything I have. I will bring Him all my praise, in the good and the bad. I will worship in the waiting, when I cannot see the end. He's never let me down, and I don't ever change, so I praise Him anyway. Trust in your plan. If I don't get it, I don't need it. If it's not what you have, if I don't see it, I'll believe that it's all in your hands. So if I'm waiting, God, you're moving. If you're not in it, I don't want it. I will trust in your plan. If I don't get it, I don't need it. If it's not what you have, if I don't see it, I'll believe it. It's all in your hands. So if I'm waiting, if I'm waiting, God, you're moving. I will trust in the Lord with everything I have. I will bring Him all my praise, in the good and the bad. I will worship in the waiting, when I cannot see the end. He's never let me down, and I don't ever change, so I'll praise Him anyway. Praise Him anyway.
Now we invite Father Josephus to share his experience with us.
So, dear friends, I stand here to give some of my experience as missionary, let's say. In the morning, Father Emmanuel said that Father Abu, brother, those days, Brother Abu, he used to give us a talk in Nagpur, but I experienced much before that in Trivandrum. When we joined there, every year when he used to come to Kerala for holidays, he used to come to Pallottine, and invariably he was asked to give a talk, and we used to enjoy that. So we had a desire to see the missions. And Father Joe Tarakunal, he always used to say, you will be working all over India and even sometimes go abroad only because you are Pallottine. So that kind of spirit to work in different places, that was growing with us as we joined the seminary or in younger days. And make it very short because I am given only a little time. During our pre-novitiate, we did a great mission. Father Emmanuel knows that there was a big flood in Trivandrum. A lot of houses were destroyed. And as pre-novitiates, we are asked to do 2-3 months of social service. And we are given the task of building 12 houses for 12 families. And we had to carry stones, mud, bricks across the road, and also there was a island-like place. We had to carry the mud and all these things from one place, walk through the paddy fields and go to the island and build 3 houses there. We are given 1 mason and 1 carpenter. All the rest we had to do. And some of us really found it very difficult because people are supposed to work with us, but they did not do much. We are carrying, the young fellows, people were watching us carrying stones and mud, etc. And then Dr. Beckenhoff, our pre-nurse master, he came once, saw our pitiable condition. We are staying in the church, all our things are hidden behind the altar, and then Sunday Mass we used to have there, and we had to cook our own food. And he came and looked at our condition and said, tell the priest in charge that if the people don't help, we pack our things and go home. And Father Suse Pakyam, he just finished his studies and came to Trivandrum as a young priest. And we told him, he removed his cassock, hanged it on a tree, and carried stone, mud and all with us the whole day. And people are watching. Next day, people came to help us, but he was in the hospital. So that was one of the first experience we had doing work for others. And then we went to Bangalore and then went to Nagpur. And every year we are supposed to go for mission experience. And my first year, Father Jude Joseph, some of you know, and Father Thomas Kutty, and me, we got the team to go to Madanpur. With a lot of difficulties, we reached Korba, traveling the whole day and night. And from there, we are supposed to go to Madanpur. And we were told, you wait 1 or 2 days in Korba and somebody will reach you at least half of the way, because full way they can't go because many vehicles are not going that time. We had to cross the river and everything. Father Abuno was very clear, he already told us. And my companion, Thomas Kutty, said, we can't wait anywhere. Rector told, go straight to the mission where you are sent. So we started walk in the morning about 6 o'clock, carrying our luggage for 1 month. And as we went some distance, rain started. And we had no other way, but we took the teakwood leaves, holding our head, and you're collecting water and drinking because it was so thirsty, even though it was raining. And plenty of stories what happened in between. About 7 o'clock, we reached a particular place, and Father Jude, our companion, said, I can't take 1 step more on this, I'm going to lie down here. And we are waiting there. Thomas Kutty was desperate to reach home. He did not want to leave us in the jungle. But then he walked around a little bit and he said, I can see a star, there's a cross there. We caught up with full speed, we went, and we were flat there. And next morning, Father Vincent told us, you have to go walk 10 kilometers to another village, be prepared. So we went. Anyway, those days we used to go on Monday and stay in the villages, come back on Saturday for Sunday Mass. That was another wonderful experience. And our seniors advised us, take some paper and matchbox with you. Because as you walk, you may find bears. So light this on paper and they will run away because they are afraid of burning their hair. But because the rain, matchbox got wet and we could not see any bears. So that was one wonderful experience. Then we walked from Madanpur to Korba to Madanpur, from there to Kutrua, from there to Morga. All these places we walked 2-3 years with a lot of interest and learnings. One time we had to carry rice and dal with us. And when we go, we had to cross little valleys and some gutters and all. So we used to carry this rice and dal. It was kept in the one bag, the rice and the dal. And we jumped the other side. But what to do with this one? Somebody said, throw it. I will catch the other side. But when he threw it, fell into the pit. And the dal packet opened and everything got mixed. So when people give us food, we return with the rice and dal. That's what we used to do those days. So we had to carry always from every week one bag of rice and dal. As brother said, Father Abu said, rice and chili. This is the only thing we get. So the second year, I said, let me take a bottle of pickle. So I bought a bottle of pickle for Nagpur and took with me rice and pickle. So we enjoyed anyway. That was wonderful lessons. And then after ordination, my first mission was Amravati. I did not know a word of Telugu, but I went there, learned some Telugu and all that. But there one experience, we had so many substations. You heard Thomas Kursabin saying, there are 19 missions at the substation. No, anyway, I remember about 12. So anyway, we used to go for masses. Some villages, there's no electricity. So we used to keep a lantern. We used to celebrate mass under the lamp post. And if there is no electricity, problem. So we used to keep a lantern. I got some photos of that and celebrate mass in the evening for the village people. So that was another wonderful experience I had. Then I was sent to Bihar, Maklitsky-Ganj. That was an Anglo-Indian colony, but not in 3% Anglo-Indians there, they all left. But close by all these Urao people, the villages, and we used to live there and try to do whatever is possible, visiting the people and all. 10 kilometers away, Pallottine was living. They had a school, Kalari. And our main food was morning, chapati and barbati. You know, barbati means that long beans that is broken to pieces and little gravy. That's a morning, irrespective of Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. That's our breakfast. And supper the same thing. Lunch, we get some rice, one egg curry or some form of it. But we enjoyed all that. And then for Paul and myself, we used to go to Ranchi to buy things because close by no shops. From that village, there is only one bus going to Ranchi. Every morning by 6 o'clock it goes, it will be packed and people sit on top. There are times I also used to sit on top. And when we go through the ghats, there are places where the electric wire passes by and people push you down so that you are not electrocuted there. And I have traveled quite a few times. Otherwise, we go by bike and we buy all the things possible. One time, we both went. He came to my place. On the way, his bike got punctured. Somehow we managed, repaired, and we started from there. Went to Ranchi, bought plenty of things. And we had a SD bike with the 2 boxes on the side, filled with the books and whatever is needed for the school. And we carried it. And we was coming back towards Kalari, where Father Paul was staying. On the way, the back tire got punctured. And we can't leave the bike on the roadside because dacoits will come and take it away. And we were 2 fellows with the bike standing there trying to stop someone that we could go and get a mechanic to. If people are driving on 30 kilometers on the road, when they see 2 men standing there with the bike, it will shoot up to 80 and they'll just disappear. What to do? So one of us used to lift the bike, other one will push. We did that for 4 hours. Finally, we were really tired. We found a hut and we told those fellows, please keep it. Next day, we were repaired and brought. That was a wonderful experience for us. So we have gone through trials and strengthened us, all that. And then I came to Pallottine as Barsar for 5 years. And some of you know how I was looking after the estates. Estates bought, I was representative for the society. Both estates, one which is sold, the Vaigundapuram, and other one, Padapache. Both you will find my name there as this one, my name and Father Krista's name, the original documents. We bought it and then today it's a great place. And after 5 years, I went to Mangadi Meenachipuram as the first parish priest. And today, beautiful picture was shown there, Mangadi Meenachipuram. When I went there, it was a mullukadu. Plenty of thorns. There was no compound wall, no fence, nothing. And began the parochial house, there was a land that also fully Karvelamaram, this one. So, with the help of the youth, young fellows, we cut everything. When I went there, I took charge, and the next day there was a meeting in the diocese. So, fathers brought me straight away, went for the meeting. When I went back, I went to the kitchen, a small kitchen, tiny kitchen. And you know what I found? A stove made of mud and two plates, which is given to the jail people and all, and 2 tumblers. That's all in the house. And a small bed as broad as this. I don't know whether it is still there or not. But today it is a different setup in the house. So I started with that. And we had a headmaster. He told, I have a cycle, you can use it. So in the beginning, I used the cycle for 6 months. We have about 9 or 10 substations. I used to carry 2 boys, one in front, one in back, with a mass kit, and 3 other men used to come. They also bring some children. So we always go from one place to other to have the masses and all that. Then after 6 months, the headmaster's son, he was studying here, Nagamalli Budukotte in Vellaisami College. And he came on and said, say, Father is struggling with a cycle. Why don't we give him the M80, what we have? Let him fill petrol and use. When I come, if I want, I will take it and use it. So nearly 1 year after that, I was using that moped. And after that, for N.J. Joseph came. And he came and he was the Bursar Nagpur, provincial Bursar. He came and saw the situation. Joseph, you don't have fridge here? No. You don't have bike here? No. Okay, right. Both of us sat down and he told me what to write. He took it to Nagpur and the provincial council decided to give a motorbike and a fridge. So after that, I was, the big bike in the village and a fridge. It helped the primary health center people to keep their vaccines and all. Otherwise, they had to keep in Rajabale and bring. Nobody had a fridge in the village. Today, it is a city there, I believe. A lot of developments have taken place. And that was another wonderful experience. And then the struggles which I went there, I am not telling now. What are things I did, what are struggles I went there. And then I went to Salem. Salem, I don't want to describe because my works will tell what I have done there for the school, for the parish and everything. And Father Abu said one thing, that he lived in a cow shed. They removed the cow and then gave the place. When we are fourth year theologians, we are also sent to different places. My companion, Father Jerome Lacra, some of you know him, and we are sent to a place that he talked about Dongargar also. Dongargar parish has a little kind of substation, but not in one Catholic there, not in one Christian. It is a Jain village with a big banyan tree. People gather there under that and all that. The richest man was living close by, but P.D. Joseph wanted to build a small community center to help these people. So we were sent there. There was nothing for us, absolutely nothing. When we went there, we went and we greeted the village head, and he came, removed 2 small cows from one of the shed, took it out, cleaned it, and he said, this is your room. And we hanged our small bag, and we had to sleep on the floor with a mat. And for Tony Cole came once, he was passing by, he said, looks like house in Bethlehem, enjoy it, he said. So we have gone through wonderful experiences, but that has strengthened. Today, if I am able to stand, the motivation given by fathers right from the minor seminary and growing up like that. Then from Meenachipuram and to Salem, a lot of things there. After that 1 year, I came here in Pillar, and Father Emmanuel knows how we tried to grow up trees here. I got from the government 300 trees, and many are still alive. And we also planted the navel plus this one gooseberries. Today we are enjoying. I am really enjoying. Every day I go walk there, pluck one, eat and come. Then I went to 2 years Goa. That helped me in many ways. After that I went to UK And I was working there and trying to help. So once I was working with the Irish fathers for 8-9 years. So once I told we get a holiday allowance. Holiday allowance for only for holiday. All the Irish get and I also get. And the parish priest wanted to write a check in my name. I said, Father, please write Bangalore Pallottine Society. He said, why? Because I want to help the province. He said, it's your money. I said, no problem, you write. So it was a big money, actually. And more than what we get for pocket money. So I was giving pocket money also contribution and then this one. The next meeting when we had, he told other Pallottines that I am giving my holiday money to the province. They all said, you are a fool, you are an idiot. That's your money, your personal money. I said, no. Society looked after me. I want to help the society. So that way I have done my best, learned from young age. Still, I like to do things for the society. So thank you for the opportunity. For Emmanuel was telling me as soon as I came here, you have to give a talk, be prepared. But I got a chance. I thank you all of you.
Thank you, dear Father Joseph. It was very inspiring. May God bless you. Now we have the introduction of Tamil books on Pallottine. I invite Father Maria Thanraj and Father Jayapal on the dais, please.
So dear conference, I won't take much time. It's already 4 o'clock. As you all know, we don't have many sources or resources in Tamil on our founder. We have few efforts. I think for James, JD and all that, they have made some efforts. There are 1 or 2 translations of Fire and Flame and all that. But then generally we do not have many or we do not have enough literature on Pallottine in Tamil. So it was always on my mind. But then, no, it also demands a lot of work. When you want to write a good biography in Tamil and in good language, you need to refer many books and then reflect and then write. But then I came across a small book. This was done by Father Adrian Willi of Switzerland province. I don't know for whom he meant it. Small book. This is a size, it was only 30 pages. And then I got it actually from Father Suse. He was a novice master, so I had gone once to Harmony, and then when I visited, he was having. I said it looked interesting, he gave me a copy, so he gave me. Then from that time onwards, I had an idea. It was easy, 30 pages, easy to translate, but then the gist of Pallottine's life is there. Anybody can read. The kids, the youngsters, and then even the adults, anybody can read. And then he had specially commissioned some artist. And then enough pictures. If you see, actually, there are pictures. So accompanying pictures with small text, but then the Pallottine's life is there. So I thought it would be easy. But then I couldn't immediately do. Then recently for Jayapal asked, if you have any idea or you are working on Pallottine or something, we will release it on 5th, this Jubilee celebration. Then I said, I will do it this one. Then translate actually by December, everything was over in the beginning of December, but then the DTP work and other things, the one who was doing it, he fell sick, so it took time. Almost ready, this rough text, I have already seen the proof and then I will send it for correction. Maybe for Pallottine Day, it will be ready. This originally, it was published around 2013. Then with proper permission, I contacted for Adrian Willi. And he said, yeah, please do it and send the pictures and all that. So it's almost over. For Pallottine Day, it will be ready and then available for all. In fact, we wanted the books to be available for this Jubilee, but then we couldn't make it. But then it will be ready for Pallottine Day. That's all, dear friends. Yeah, thank you. The book will be this size only, or maybe small, little more bigger size, crown size, they say. It's a Xerox copy only, okay, but then the real book will be this size only, or a little bigger than this size, yeah. Just wanted to show that, sir. Huh? It's only Xerox, but two sides pictures will come, yeah.
So, dear conference, good evening. As Father Dhanraj mentioned, as Father Dhanraj had mentioned, there are not enough Tamil literature, Pallottine literature in Tamil. So it has always has been a desire to make something. Actually, in fact, almost 10 years back, myself and Father James Joseph, when he was here, we tried to start something. We started to write something, translate something, but we couldn't get through. I think it was stopped with happening after 1 month or something. Because as Father Dhanraj was telling, it's a very tedious work. You need a lot of time you have to spend on that, because also it's in Tamil. We need to you have to contextualize to our situation, whatever maybe had happened in Rome. So maybe this book was the new book which is going to be published. This is the one. It is already there. Actually, it is a translation of this book. It was published by the Union of Catholic Apostolate in India. It was published in 2010. But the translation, I asked one of our friend, teacher, Tamil English teacher, to translate it into Tamil. But it was done almost some 6-7 years back. But then it was kept in cold storage because I couldn't afford to spend time on that. So after I came back from Germany, thought of working on that, and now we have this book. It's also like it's finalized. Everything is the only thing, like final publication work, that DTP work is not yet complete. Also a little more corrections have to be done. So we are also planning to publish it on 22nd, on the day of our Founders Feast Day. So it's also not my work alone. It's actually a lot of work put in by various people. Even Father Dhanraj went through a proofreading, and he had suggested a lot of corrections and changes. Also, other Tamil scholars also had gone through a little bit. So it's a work of a lot of people. So we hope to publish it on 22nd of January. Thank you.
Dear fathers, thus we have come to the end of this program. Now I invite Father Selvaraj to propose vote of thanks.
Good evening, dear fathers. The people of Israel stand as our forerunners, example of people of God. They had plenty of celebrations, plenty of Jubilee celebrations. In all the Jubilee celebration, one aspect was the backbone of the celebrations. Can anybody guess what was the main aspect of every Jubilee celebration? That is a storytelling of Pascha, the exile, what you call from Egypt. My dear fathers, every senior member of the family, gathering all the people, family people together, celebrating Pascha, will tell the story of their liberation, story of their struggle, story of their journey, story of all the hearts and tribulations, and story of their freedom and establishment. Today we are celebrating 75 years of Pallottine presence in India, Platinum Jubilee. And in the line of the people of Israel, our Jubilee celebration also was centered around storytelling. and we had a wonderful celebration. First of all, I would like to thank God for this opportunity for all of us to come together, to experience the togetherness and share the memory. And therefore, I would like to thank God primarily. Secondly, I would like to thank Reverend Father Emmanuel, the provincial rector, who actually introduced all of us into the great journey, 75 years of journey. It was a beautiful presentation. Some of the ideas I heard here and there from our seniors. But today it was presented very, very coherently, logically, how they landed. That was a beautiful starting point was given by Father Emmanuel. I would like to sincerely thank for him. Thank Father Emmanuel. Let us give him a big round of applause. Secondly, Father Abu really moved me. If some of you would have noticed, I even shed tears. I do not know whether those who living close to me would have seen, because the way he was narrating the struggles that he underwent, really I was moved to tears. But today we remember him. I thank God that he is with us and is a real treasure. Carrying all the good memories, the struggles that he underwent. Today we are all here well established because of their struggles and everything. Therefore, I would like to sincerely thank Father Abraham for choosing to be with us and sharing his beautiful experience. Father, thank you very much. Thomas Crucifan unfortunately is not able to be here with us. Otherwise would have been, he could have had a little more extra meaning to the dimension of his own sharing. But even then, a little bit video presentation, his voice was there. We also know how mostly he struggled to establish Pallottine mission in Telangana, Andhra region. Even though Father Thomas Crucifan is not here, we sincerely thank Father Thomas. And nextly, as I was walking around with Father Christas, I said, Father, what about your experience? He said, yes, I will be very happy to share. His spirit was willing, but his flesh was weak. Very difficult for me to speak too long. Otherwise, I also, like a seniors, I also would have shared my experience that. So Father Christas here, Father Christas, we understand, and surely if you were able, you would have shared your own dimension of experience, and we sincerely appreciate your very presence among us. Thank you, Father Christas. And my dear brothers, at this particular moment, I also remember the organizing committee headed by the rector of this house, Father Jayapal, ably supported by Father George Edwin, and from the council, Father Silvai. We sincerely thank them. The whole thing was made available to us because of the community of here in Pilla. Especially all the arrangements are made. We will give an extensive vote of thanks after the Jubilee celebration. Even then, at this juncture, it's important from our part to remember Mr. Joe, who has been very kind enough as usual to organize our stay, food and accommodation. And also the light and sound here, the technicians still they are present with us, and we give them a big round of applause. And they helped us to do the live streaming. Those who are not able to be present here, I'm sure they also would be watching us live this program. So we thank them very sincerely. Father Christus just returned now. Let us give him a big round of applause. Finally, sorry, I just skipped Very Reverend Father Josephus. Simple way, he shared his experience, a senior person, along in line with Father Emmanuel, shared his own struggles, and till people today in Mangudu Meenakshipuram, so many other mission stations he has been there, but his name is, even though so many other conferences worked in Mangudu Meenakshipuram, today one name is very loudly pronounced and people appreciate is Father Josephus. Nobody can forget that one. So the pioneer mission, the work that he has done is still strong. People remember him. Father Josephus, we sincerely thank you for your experience. And my dear fathers, all those people who have helped us to have this day of seminar. I may not remember each and everyone. Everyone who has contributed to have this celebration. Sincere thanks to all and everyone. Thank you.
Fathers, now we have a break till 5:30. At 5:30 p.m. we have Holy Mass for with the Jubileans. As per the directions of the Archdiocese of Madurai, every member is requested to come in cassock or in alb. Thank you so much. Chapel, obviously.
Dear confreres, many of you have received accommodation. Tomorrow morning, actually, the Archdiocese of Madurai, the fathers are coming here for the reunion 2 days program. So we need also the rooms urgently. So in case those who are staying back overnight, the conference, please hand over the keys by 8 o'clock in the morning. So we have to clean up and give for the fathers also coming and saying. In case anybody are staying longer, we will try to make some other arrangement with the Pallottine or something. Okay, please by 8 o'clock in the morning, please hand over the keys. Thank you.
conscience.